We're back for the Champions Showdown here in St. Louis. Day 2 started with a spectacular blunder by the leader, Veselin Topalov. Hikaru Nakamura's quick calculation destroyed the Bulgarian's position in just 14 moves. In the second round of the day, it was Viswanathan's fearless play and tenacious defense that gave him a full point against Hikaru Nakamura. The leaderboard shuffled, and it has the Indian at the top. More exciting chess will be seen in Day 3's classical games, coming up next.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Day 3 of the Champions Showdown. Today is the last day of the classical stage. Who will emerge victorious? In the first 2 days we've seen plenty of brilliancies, blunders and unpunished blunders. What will today bring us? Back to you, Tania, Yasser and Alejandro.
Hello and welcome to Day 3 of the Champions Showdown here in St. Louis Chess Club, the chess capital of the United States. We've seen some scintillating gameplay over the last 2 days, but with Rapid and Blitz still to go, it's a field wide open. Not wild, but wide open. But wild would not be too bad either, Yasser.
No, it's good.
I'm Tania Sachdev here in the studio with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
A pleasure, Tania. I'm looking forward to today.
Absolutely. Now, Yasser, for me, Day 1 was all about Topalov.
Absolutely.
Day 2 was swishy-wishy, if I might say so.
Absolutely.
If you had to pick a player of the day for today, who would you bet on?
Vishy again, because he's the tournament leader and he's in the hot seat and he's got some very big games to go, too, in fact.
Absolutely. So Yasser going for Vishy. Well, we're going to see if he's got his gambling game on point. For now, here are the current standings. Our tournament leader going into Day 3 is Viswanathan Anand with 2.5 points. Behind him is Hikaru Nakamura and Topalov, both with 2. And still at the bottom of the board is Fabiano Caruana with 1.5. Let's also take a look at our schedule. November 13th is going to be Rapid, that's tomorrow, so today is the final day of the classical play. And then we've got Blitz on the 14th of November. Let's take a look at the time format. The classical chess that we've seen here is game in 60 minutes with a 5-second delay. Rapid chess is game in 15 minutes with a 5-second delay. And Blitz is going to be game in 3 minutes with 2-second delay. So there is no increment in any of the formats.
Right, and I tell you, I'm warming up to this format because I really like the cutthroat chess that we've been seeing and the pace of play. It's just been really wonderful to watch these players.
Right, yeah, so well, I'm sure the players are also finally warming up. But the bad news is by the time you're warming up to the classical format play, it's time to play the Blitz.
Oh, Rapids, absolutely.
Absolutely. So we're going to see how the players deal with the delay because we've been seeing that it's been a bit of a challenge for them.
Yes.
And it's going to be interesting to watch. Well, we've also got with us Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who's going to break up the pairings for us.
Absolutely, Tania. It's this delay that's been causing them problems over the board. They're still not quite used to it. And as you said, as soon as they get used to it after today, it's going to be the rapid portion. But especially I want to see the Blitz. They're used to this 3+2 format. It's going to be 3 with 2 delay as we see Topalov walk into the playing hall, almost ready for the rounds to start. Let's see who he's facing up with in his first game of the day. He will be having his 3rd black in a row. He'll be playing the leader, Viswanathan Anand. Definitely a very important match. As Veselin takes a win with black pieces here, he takes the lead. It will be incredible for the standings. As Yasser was mentioning, a hot seat so far. This is a very classical matchup, 18-13 favoring Vishy, but man, have they been playing basically their entire lifetimes. In the All-American matchup, it's going to be Fabiano Caruana, this time with the black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. Remember that in the first round robin, Fabi had an absolutely crushing position against Hikaru Nakamura. Let him go in the time scramble, wasn't completely used to the delay. Well, let's see if he can survive here with black, as Hikaru, I'm sure, wants to take revenge for his loss yesterday against Viswanathan Anand. Plenty of exciting chess, I expect, in the last portion of the classical games here in the Champions Showdown.
Hikaru yet again to arrive. One of the first players to arrive, and that's Fabiano Caruana walking in. So we've got a very exciting pairing today. We've got 2 former world champions play against each other, exactly. And you've got the US #1 and the US number 3. Yeah, so it's an All-American face-off.
Yes, exactly. I'm looking forward to it. So far, it's been kind of tough guessing the openings. For example, yesterday, Hikaru with white against Vichy, opening up with the English. I would have not have guessed that. That would have been like my third choice. I would have expected a d4 or e4 from Hikaru. Perhaps in this game, he'll try to force the complications earlier instead of soft play.
Right, well, we're going to see what the players are going to get up to in a bit, but let's see what they're going to go back home with. Let's take a look at the prize fund. Fourth, $20,000. The player who finishes third is $30,000. Second goes back home with $40,000, and our big winner is $60,000. A total prize fund of $150,000.
Pretty good for 5 days' work.
Absolutely. And we're also going to be bringing you updates from the World Championship in New York, where current world champion Magnus Carlsen is being challenged by Sergei Karyakin. Game 1 ended in a draw, and let's see what happens today in New York as well. So we're going to be bringing you with all the action from there as well. I'm actually really interested to see the game Hikaru and Fabiano. I feel like that's always quite exciting to watch, because you've got these two players who are obviously also part of the U.S. national team, you know.
Exactly, gold medal winning team at that, yes.
Yes, and they also play a lot against each other. So they played together as well as against each other. And Fabiano has been establishing his domination in the U.S. soil, while I think Hikaru wants to kind of regain that.
Without question. If you had been here during the U.S. Championship, I can't tell you how palpable the excitement was when those two players played. And it was Fabiano with the white pieces winning in a Najdorf in a very tense battle that got the U.S. Championship title for Fabiano. And Hikaru definitely wants that back, and he has a lot to prove and to show today.
Right, yes, and I'm sure he's taking this game very seriously. He's playing with the white pieces. Also, in such close tournaments, it often happens that if one player seems to be slightly off form, and I've got to say it seems to be Fabiano here, unfortunately, he kind of becomes like a bit of a target for the other players.
Well, indeed, that's the way it's normally been. Whoever's playing poorly or whose results are poor are targeted. Yesterday, it was really terrible. Dreadful, dreadful game by Fabi. He was flip-flopping around against Veselin Topalov, moving his rook along the third, never got centered in that game, and miracle of miracles happens, he drew it. So he knows he's in bad form, and he's just got to find a way to regain his balance and poise.
But what I really admire about Fabiano at the same point is his ability to come back. He's always so positive, and he's got such a practical approach to the game. We've had him in the studio every time, and the way he talks about it, you can see that for him also he feels that the field is wide open.
Exactly.
And it's a very important game for him as well today. So,
of course.
Also because we're going into Rapid and Blitz, and now that is something that is known to be Hikaru's speciality.
Blitz especially.
Blitz especially.
Yeah.
So it's.
I've always thought of Vichy actually as one of the world's best rapid chess players. I mean, the time control of 15 minutes or 30 minutes per game is very suitable for his very natural flowing style. So I'm kind of making Vichy a favorite in the rapid, but definitely Hikaru in the Blitz. And Veselin Topalov, I think the other players are looking at him in the rapid and Blitz and saying, okay, we've got to target him. And
I would agree with that, Yasser, but
strategy.
Seeing the way he's been playing here,
Yes.
That's not going to be easy to target this,
No,
this
no, of
guy
course.
in this tournament. He's been very, very impressive. I mean, yesterday also against Fabiano, he missed. You know, he missed a chance at the end when he went Queen G6.
Exactly.
But the whole game with Black, he just seemed so much in control.
And he was.
And we've got the games going.
They're underway.
It's going to be interesting to see, and Vichy starts with E4.
Yes, his favorite throughout his career has been E4.
Is
now, again, and in the case of Veselin, he carries a big club, and he really is a specialist, a Najdorf specialist. So his willingness to go, and we know everybody's playing the Italian. A slow
I love
game
how
is
everyone is avoiding the
surprising.
Berlin.
Exactly, exactly.
Because with white in this kind of a format, you kind of want to keep all your chances alive. You want to have a middle game, you want to have an end game, and a proper opening as well at that.
Exactly.
With Berlin, it's kind of tough to do that. Let's go to Alejandro and ask him what he feels about the opening choice.
Well, I think this is pretty expected nowadays. The Berlin, as you were saying, has been killing a lot of games way too early. And Vichy is the type of player that is interested in keeping the tension alive. Let's just refresh this. very quickly. I expect him to do a little bit different than what he played against Hikaru Nakamura. Vishy's not the type of player that repeats his openings exactly in the same tournament. He kind of plays the same style of opening, but always with a little bit of a twist. He seems to be prepared to bring certain openings to certain tournaments. For example, here we saw that against the English, he's been playing the c4, e5, and a quick bishop b4, as he played against both Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura. Now, what Topalov is going to play, I'm actually more curious about that, because even though Topalov has incorporated the Berlin as part of his repertoire, he hasn't been tested on the Italian recently. So mainly because he hasn't played nearly as much as Vishy, for example, over the past year. So I'm curious on what type of setup he's going to be choosing. Hikaru chose for a very early 97 g6, which we found to be a little bit dubious, and that Vishy could have exploited at some point. So
actually, Alejandro, I would like to butt into that, because he did not directly go for 97. He kind of mixed it up with the plan of rook e8, bishop e6.
Right.
And the idea of 97, knight g6 does exist, but you can't delay it so much. And like you said, it got him into a lot of trouble.
It did.
Yeah, it's something that Topalov surely has looked at, so we'll see how it changes. And again, we see Vishy playing this move, knight bd2, as opposed to some people playing castles and the quick a4. We had mentioned previously in the broadcast that if you play a4, the idea is that the knight can come to a3 and c2 and maybe e3 eventually, much easier. But if you're going to put the knight on d2, since you don't have this idea of knight a3, sometimes you don't play a4, you go back into the classical lines of bishop b3. I assume this is what Vishy is going to play. But as I said, it's Topalov's reaction that I'm kind of curious about. Moving on to the end of the game, it seems like Fabiano is not putting the same amount of risk that he had yesterday with the Kalashnikov Sicilian in the morning and some kind of dubious type of knight f3, c4 opening, ready opening in the afternoon. And I think this very solid setup is something that he's practiced over and over again. So this is more part of his repertoire. d4, d5, c4, e6, a very normal orthodox queen's gambit, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3. Here he plays bishop e7, and I expect him to go into this kind of Lasker variation with an early knight e4. Let's see if this is what happened. And yes, this is exactly what happened, actually. Let me just go back. h6, bishop h4, quick castle, e3, knight e4, bishop takes, queen takes. So just trying to neutralize what Hikaru has been doing from the opening, not trying to get anything fancy or anything risky, definitely not playing for the win. He's simply trying to control White's initiative, a very solid type of approach that has been popular for, well, a very, very long time.
Absolutely. And the Lasker freeing maneuver that we're seeing in the game with the Americans is actually an echo of Game 12 of the World Championship match between Topalov and Vishy, where we're in a tie match with everything to play for in Game 12. It was Vishy emerging as a victor with the black pieces, winning that game. And asked afterwards why he played so risky, Topalov said he didn't want to go into rapid chess against Vishy in rapid chess. He felt that Vishy had a big edge against him.
Well, it's quite understandable.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I actually find the Lasker quite solid for black as well. I've played
is.
a little bit of it. So we've got c into d5, which is followed by knight c3, of course, because you can't take the pawn immediately.
Right, c takes d5 as
There
well.
are other options as well. I can go rook c1, and there was this interesting plan with g4, h4, but it was settled that it doesn't work.
As Levon Aronian had, well, you mentioned g4, and rook c1 and queen c2 have been...
A lot of options for white here.
Exactly.
Including cd5.
And I've always liked cd5. I've played that throughout my career. My idea is I like the center, and after knight takes c3, b takes c3, takes on d5. I like the center break with c3, c4, and trying to target the c7 pawn. Unfortunately, theory has proven that black has enough resources, and the game is still balanced after c4. But I do like this idea of having a massive cluster of center pawns, and c4. I just boldly point out the obvious. I don't sacrifice pawns. I'm not losing a piece after queen b4 check because I do have knight d2, which protects the bishop on c4. So it's not a pawn sacrifice with the move c4. And funnily enough, Topalov also picked up on this line of play. He found some ways of putting some pressure on black's position. Now switching over, because I really feel once again that Topalov is such an aggressive player. I was about to make a prediction that would not have come true, which was that I was going to guess that Topalov would play for an early D7, D5, which is known. But after this move B4, well, actually, this is a kind of a funny wrinkle. So here, at this moment, D6 was Topalov's choice. Usually, you get well. How do I want to do this? I want to do it somehow where Black just plays an immediate D5, right, and gets a position like this. Very sharp. And Peter Svidler is one player comes to mind as having good results with the white pieces.
Yeah, if you have to go immediately D5, it's at this point right now.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's, I think it's quite interesting, the entire line as well. And here what we see on the board is a different idea with A4, B4, but I like that Black has gone knight E7 early on and not spend too much time with rook E8 and moves like that. I like this plan of transferring the knight to G6, but you've got to be quick with it.
Exactly. When I was a kid, I actually loved to do these flank attacks as white. I liked the Italian game. I was ahead of my time, I guess, with A4. And the idea is that, okay, I'm threatening to trap the bishop, and if Black just plays the move A7, A6, what I liked to do again, in my scholastics days, was drop back with my bishop and bring my knight to c4 with a gain of tempo against the bishop. That is why we see Topalov immediately playing a5. Now he gets his knight maneuver because he's basically compelled to do it. Bishop b3, same idea of knight c4, c7, c6. And the difference now is Black is making room for his bishop on c7. And don't forget...
And then he wants to play d5.
Exactly. Castles, knight g6, and, well, okay, you can say that the opening is almost about completed, and white has a little bit of space on the queen side, but for my taste, the position's rather balanced. I don't think that this extra space is a meaningful advantage. And really, it's about play in the center with d4 or d5 by Black or white. Alejandro, your thoughts?
Well, the baffling part for me about this opening is how fast the players have been lashing out their moves. Because actually, Yasser, I cannot find a single example of a Grandmaster game already in this position. So after knight e7 comes down, bishop b3, c6, they still were playing very, very quickly, and I haven't seen Vichy really slow down. Topalov hasn't even started thinking. He's kind of looking up on the air, trying to remember his preparation, because all of these moves came down very, very quickly. Rook e8, and even bishop g5 here, Anand plays so fast. Even though he had the choice of playing either knight e3, g3, h3, he could have put the rook on b1. There were so many options. He could have put the bishop on a3. Instead, he played bishop g5 almost instantly, which makes me think he's already looked at this position. It just shows how far and deep their preparation is and how branched out it is that they've looked at positions, because I can't seem to find anything even close to this position in the database.
Wow. So toiling new soil here. But the move bishop g5, is white intending to give up his bishop after the bishop is questioned by the move h7, h6?
It wouldn't make sense not to take. There's no other place for the bishop.
Right, exactly. If white were to withdraw the bishop, I think of the move h7, h6 as very useful. It stops knight g5, which might aggress against the pawn on f7. So let's see what Vichy might have in mind as his follow-up. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6.
Personally, I love it when in such positions, white, because I play such positions with black sometimes, if white gives up his bishop because of the f4 square.
Yes.
And
it's very compelling for
yeah,
black, right?
it's kind of tough for white to get rid of your knight there. Moves like g3 are always weakening.
Yep.
And yeah.
Now, I would understand if b7, b6 provoke the bishop, force the bishop back into the corner, then black's pieces are really getting into a kind of a bind. But here, b6 misses the mark completely.
Bishop d8.
Bishop d8.
And then you're worried about your b6 pawn, you know?
For the rest of the game. And
d5, even rook a6 maybe. There are always like threats to attack the b5, the b6 pawn, and you don't want to make it so weak so early on.
Exactly. And now, in view of the move bishop g4, I might feel knight e3, but now the bishop would pop back out, and I don't see any problems for black in this position. I'm not I'm not taken with the move bishop g5.
In fact, black has gone 8-6, and now Vishy's giving it a think.
Yes, because he's just kind of come to a dead end in my view.
Right, like taking forward the point that Alejandro made about Vishy playing bishop g5 really fast. So we do have a very interesting move on the board. He's gone b6 immediately.
Wow.
And it's understandable because, like you said, Yasser, now black cannot go bishop d8.
You don't want to put your bishop in the corner with bishop b8.
You don't want to go bishop b8, but bishop b6 leads to bishop into f6, and now you must destroy the pawn structure in front of your king.
Right. You're saying bishop takes b6, bishop takes f6, and now you're compelled to recapture with the pawn. You've doubled up your pawns, but at the moment it's a healthy pawn. Well, I won't say a great pawn, but it's an extra pawn for black. You don't really have control over the f5 square quite yet, as the bishop on c8 covers that diagonal. So what would be your assessment? Do you think this sacrifice is reckless or well considered?
I would do it. I mean, honestly, these kind of pawn structures always give you a lot of play against the king, even if it is not immediate. I don't know what is immediate. There is no immediate repetition.
No follow up.
But exactly. But you'll always have moves like queen d2, maybe even rook b1, and then when the bishop. Sometimes you'll break with d4, knight. There are always like pleasant moves to make in this position. I feel black will have to be careful, but you're right. A pawn is a pawn, and we've seen that in this tournament many times.
Right.
And
well, here the thing that I look at and I say, okay, I've damaged black's pawns, but on the other hand, I'm facing something very consequential. I see black aiming for the move f6, f5 to liquidate his pawns, and if black gets in the move f5 for free, then I don't see any compensation at all. By the way, it's also two bishops.
Right, so
it's not just...
you don't want to allow f5, so maybe for something like that, I would go queen d2, and when you go king g7, I would want my knight on e3.
Okay, so what would you recommend here?
Either knight e3 first, because I agree with the idea that in such positions, you shouldn't freely allow f5.
Right.
So either, knight e3 or...
It's a very illogical looking move. Now here, just because of, once again, of my damaged kingside structure, I would be attracted to a move like king h7. Oops, I can't do that. Pardon me, f7
right?
is hanging. I was about to say I would like to actually utilize the half open g file, but
not so easy.
Not so easy, unfortunately. Immediate knight f4? Maybe that just runs into g3, I'm not sure. If you do play g3, check.
King g2.
This is a way where I could go wrong.
Knight h4, and now I would love that knight on f5.
Definitely. Okay, that's an alert. We can't allow that. And the knight on g6 is well placed, so I'll just take time out to play a safety move, king g7, just preempting any sudden attacks against the h6 pawn.
No, I think it's definitely an open game. It's anybody's game right now. I think white definitely has enough compensation, but Veselin did not go for bishop b6. He, in fact, retreated to b8 and rather quickly at that.
Really? Wow. Okay, then I am very surprised. b6, bishop b8. Alejandro, was this, how do you say, an engine-approved pawn sacrifice by white?
Oh, absolutely, Yasser. You can make sure that if Anand is blitzing out moves and giving you a pawn, you shouldn't take it. After bishop b6, bishop takes, of course, as you mentioned, g takes f6 is absolutely forced. Then the computers were liking either queen d2 or for some time they were liking the move d4, which I thought quite strong here because the problem on d6 is not so easily solved. You probably have to put the bishop back on c7, which makes your position just a little bit more passive. And this idea of gaining space on the king side will perhaps more than compensate the fact that you're down a pawn. For example, if you play bishop c7 to cover the d6 square, I can play knight e3, which is the same idea that you guys had, but now the bishop has no influence down on this diagonal. Anytime that you take on d4, even if I sacrifice this pawn on e4, knight takes d4, I can get a knight to f5 that might just be lethal. It doesn't matter how many pawns down I am. So it would have been a very complicated position. Veselin decided I don't want to even analyze that. Bishop b8, bishop takes, queen takes, and rook b1. And we have the position in which white has a certain space advantage. This pawn on b6 is annoying. You can notice that this bishop on b8 can't move at the moment, but it's not such a permanent problem. For example, the rook can come to a6 and start attacking the b6 pawn. As soon as I play d5, this bishop is going to be in a pretty decent diagonal. So white has the task of containing black. He can't allow him to go d5. If black establishes some certain amount of central control, then the pawn on b6 is not going to be seen as restrictive. It's actually going to be seen as too far advanced. It's going to become a weakness itself. So pawn on b6, it's a double-edged sword, definitely. There is no doubt about that, which makes it a strategically complex game. Equally, on the other game, it seems like the players are testing each other's knowledge as they've arrived after knight e4 to this quite common position. Let me just get that position up. Pawn takes on d5, knight takes c3 is absolutely forced. Pawn takes d5. And then bishop d3, c5 is something that we've seen before. This move rook e1 is what Hikaru Nakamura himself essayed against Yakovenko back in the 2014 Grand Prix. Rook d8 was Fabi's choice. Bishop e6 was Yakovenko's choice in that game. Now, rook d8 has been seen by two other players in this tournament, actually, as Veselin Topalov played rook d8 against Viswanathan Anand a few years ago in Monte Carlo. Actually, I might be wrong. I was Anand with the black pieces, sorry. That game followed e4, bishop d takes e4, bishop takes e4, queen f6, d5. So as far as they are playing right now, even though they're taking a little bit of time, they're following that game exactly. Perhaps both players on the other side of the board are looking over. It's like, oh, that looks familiar.
I know that position.
So this is something that's probably already been worked out by a couple of engines, but considering how slowly both Fabiano and Hikaru are playing, I don't think they're familiar with the precise evaluation of the position, or they're just trying to remember their preparation. Very complex strategical decisions to be made in both games, but I find that in this game, Hikaru has possibilities of getting an edge, whereas in the other one, it's just a complete strategical mess.
Thank you, Alejandro. Strategical mess or strategic challenge? I always liked games that weren't so forcing, where every move was brutal and everything had to be precise. But I always liked those strategic games where there were lots of plans for both sides, and it was just the better player won. You know, I just love those types of games. Now, in this position that we have in the All-American game, what we see is this pass pawn on d5. A very, very attractive pawn, of course. But in certain positions like this, they really remind me forcibly of Grunfeld positions where there's a bishop on g7, and black often goes for a blockade along the lines of knight a5, b5, knight c4, and the knight comes back to d6.
You want your knight on d6. That
the
is
perfect
the best
blockading square. And the challenge for white is not to allow that and simultaneously try to create some threats against black's king. Because there aren't really that many targets in either player's position, it's going to be a maneuvering game, a quiet maneuvering game. And it really rests on whether this pawn on d5 brings enough forceful play in the position. Otherwise, if black can just get a blockade, he'll be perfectly fine.
Right. No, I actually think this is going to. This is quite an interesting position for both sides. It's kind of tough to say who is better and who is not, because, like you said, that white is going to try to do something against black's king. So he's got this plan of moving the bishop, coming with the queen to d3, maybe
exactly.
you know, threatening some stuff. And then if you go g6, there are sometimes ideas like h4, h5 as well. And
we saw the move knight e7, by the way, by Fabi. A similar idea.
Maybe he wants to neutralize the bishops with bishop f5 or knight f5. And
the weirdest thing is in this position is I actually think that white would like to see the exchange of light square bishops. So, for example, after the move c3, c4, first of all, getting out of attack, from under attack, and secondly, simply defending the pawn. I think that bishop f5 is the kind of moves that white would welcome. The bishop on e4, due to its pawn structure, isn't the greatest of bishops. So bishop e4 is a kind of move that I, as white, would welcome. Exactly. Thank you. And well, here my knight isn't the greatest. I would think about knight d2 with the idea of being able to recapture on e4 with my knight, and employing my knight, giving my knight gainful duty, so to speak. So maybe knight d2, and I like it, but I don't think bishop f5 is necessary. I think the actual move that Fabi is planning is that blockading maneuver with knight f5, going back with the knight to d6, and then sitting there very pretty and saying, ha ha ha, you can't touch me.
The thing with knight f5, I feel, is that I want my knight on d6, and it gives you the opportunity to kind of take it away forever if you were to exchange this. And I mean, yeah, because if I don't take bishop f5, I think after knight d6 and then bishop comes out at g4, black is very happy.
Exactly.
So I think we do have a move, in fact, on the board.
Let's see what the players played. Hold on, I'll just refresh my board by going back and forth.
Not yet on this one, on the Vichy board.
You would like to go to the Vichy board. Okay. So we have just seen the move bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and now rook b1. As suggested by Alejandro, this pawn on b6 could, it's a thorn in black's side, but at the same time it could be a liability down the road. So rook b1 is one of those kind of prophylactic moves.
They'll always be useful.
Exactly. Anticipating that something bad might happen, so let's support the b6 pawn. Now the question is, should black play the move bishop g4, pinning this knight on f3, menacing ideas like knight to h4, putting further pressure. Now the thing is, if that bishop stays stuck on the back rank, maybe a move like knight e3.
And even going into the endgame.
Going into the ending, because the problem from black's point of view is his bishop literally might get buried alive.
Yeah, you're not playing
square.
d5 anytime soon.
Exactly.
I think the whole game is going to be against trying to make sure that black doesn't get a successful d5. Black gets d5, all his problems are solved. If we go back to the current position on the board,
yes,
black has all these options of bishop g4, bringing the knight to f4, but I think the main plan for black here is to try to get d5 somehow.
It's all about d5.
Because otherwise your bishop on b8 and the rook on a8 is not moving for the rest of the game.
Well, exactly. The one thing you definitely don't want to get stuck there. So from that point of view, let us try SA bishop e6 with the idea, stone cold forward idea of finally breaking with d5. Let's say knight e3 to again delay d6, d5 by covering the square. Now, knight e7, rook d8, queen d8. How does black want to reinforce his break? He could even toss in this move, rook a6, which might force bishop takes.
And in such position, always the question is, what do you want to recapture with?
Yes.
Often you want to do it with the pawn because then you control the f5 square and you kind of reinforce the protection on d5 as well.
But now you've got to be careful that after a move like c4, d5 we may have to attach 6 question marks to this
because you've got
because then after
c5
c5, two pieces have been trapped. Rook on a6, bishop on b8, they'll never see the light of day. So again, a very sharp strategic challenge going on here between these two great former world champions.
Right. We're going to go to an update from Grandmaster Cristian on the ongoing World Championship in New York.
Thanks, guys. I'm here live from New York City. No, I'm joking. I'm in the St. Louis studio still. Game 2 of the World Championship match. Karyakin is white, Carlsen is black. Let's see how these players started their games. Karyakin opened with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to b5. The Ruy Lopez, normal opening for Karyakin. Now, knight f6 leads to the Berlin, but Magnus tried a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7, d3. Now, white is threatening to take on c6, d takes c6, and knight takes c5 because the pawn on e4 is protected. So black has to make a decision. He can either play d6, but this allows the move c4 Instead, he played the move b5, bishop b3, d6, a3, making space for the bishop to go to a2 in case he is attacked by knight a5, castle, knight c3, the knight is heading towards the center. And now the main line goes bishop g4, bishop e3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, knight d4, bishop takes d4, e takes d4. And after knight d5, white has a pleasant advantage most theoreticians agree to. So instead of that, Karyakin decided to go for a slight sideline. He played knight a5, attacking the bishop. The bishop has to retreat on a2, bishop to e6, and now Karyakin immediately seizes the center with d4. Bishop takes a2, rook takes a2, the rook is slightly misplaced here, rook e8, and after rook a1, Magnus is thinking. I'm expecting Magnus to hold the draw quite easily. These are his type of positions, and Karyakin doesn't have the weapons to pressure him. Back to you guys.
Wow, that was a pessimistic perspective. I rather like White's position. I thought it was a decent opening advantage, and I must say Sergei's opening move e4 was a bit of a surprise. I thought he was going to rely upon d4 in the World Championship match. So 2 surprises in the openings from both games. Alejandro, your thoughts on that final position? Would you say easy draw for Black at the end?
Well, I think that Carlsen is definitely in his element, but it's very far from a draw. Anything could happen in that game. I think it's still strategically complex. I like the fact that Karyakin has seized the center so early, but on the other hand, it seems like Magnus Carlsen's position is so solid. I do enjoy the fact that there is no Berlin, at least not so far, and instead we're seeing some of the more strategically interesting and rich positions in the Ruy Lopez, which have sadly been largely abandoned because of the fear of the Berlin being played. Also interesting to see what Karyakin had in mind in the Berlin specifically. I assume it was one of the D3 variations, but that's something only we can guess. At this point in Topalov's game, he, instead of playing the moves that you were suggesting, either bishop e6 or bishop g4, he immediately played rook a6, which I rather like. The point is that even though it looks like this pawn on b6 will not be attacked anytime soon, it's actually really uncomfortable for white to move his pieces around. For example, if the knight retreats to e3, it's true, I cannot take on b6 because that would blunder the exchange against bishop takes f7, followed by rook takes b6. But if I attack your pawn, right here, if I attack your pawn, again with queen d8, suddenly it's not so easy to defend on b6 again. You would have to play d4, takes with the queen. Obviously, you wanted to take with the pawn, but this pawn on b6 is lacking defense. And again, there's this trick of taking on b6, which means that the pawn is poisoned. But on the other hand, your structure is no longer that good. I can maneuver my knight to e6, maybe even play bishop e6 immediately. There are a lot of resources for both players. Anand is thinking after this move rook a6, which I thought is quite a clever move, even though it looks initially as a little bit strange, as the pawn on b6 is not under attack immediately. On the other game, I do like this move c4 that Hikaru played, but the computer had another idea, to play c4 after a slightly more precise move order, which was to play queen b3 first. And this move looks like it's not threatening anything again, but similar to rook a6 in the Topalov game, it tries to prove the fact that black cannot control so many squares as easily as his opponent. He, in this case, cannot defend so many pawns as easily because of his lack of space. So, for example, he cannot play bishop f5, which we thought was an idea because, of course, the pawn is hanging. A knight f5 might prompt me to take on f5, as you would have to take with the queen, which is not completely comfortable. If you take with the bishop, I can take on b7. So you might be thinking, well, can I play b6? Absolutely not. After g6, this bishop is attacking the rook on a8, and the knight on e7 is also hanging. Black loses material. That means that probably the best move would be to play rook b8. But then after I play c4, it seems like the move queen b3 was more useful than the move rook b8. A slight detail that is what makes these positions, I think, somewhat dangerous for black. As you can see that in some variations, even the move queen a3 will target both the a7 and c5 pawns. So even though c4 seems like a fine move, I think queen b3 was just that little bit of precision that I think some players bring to the table that pushes the opponent even further and further down into problems.
I really
Thank
like
you.
that
was
idea
a
of queen
beautiful-
b3.
Me too.
Subtleties,
Very, very
yeah.
nice. Thank you, Alejandro.
I mean, white has to go c4 at some point, but queen b3 stops the easy development, and then, you know, you've got this trick with queen a3.
Right. After rook b8.
After rook b8,
with
attacking.
the
Very
double
nice.
hit. Yes, very impressive.
But now after c4, Yasser, I feel black has to decide whether he wants to go knight f5 or bishop f5.
And he decided for bishop g4.
And he
Of
decided.
course he did.
You know, going for the third option. Bishop g4 obviously had telegraphs a willingness to give up the light squared bishop, as he will then anticipate that he'll have that magnificent blockading knight, and he'll hope to play a good knight versus bad bishop. But that idea that Alejandro was sharing, queen b3 even seems more compelling now, especially as we're stepping out of the pin, maybe again preparing for knight d2, and queen b7, probably bishop takes f3 is more or less required.
Yeah, because
Second.
also maybe some tricks like knight e5 are possible after queen e3, queen b3, so it's...
Thanks to the discover check on h7, the knight is not in capture.
I would say if he's played bishop g4, he wants to take on f3.
Exactly. So having said A, let's see his follow-up with B. Now, in the position when there was still a bishop on c8, queen b3 was actually stronger, because rook d7 would have been an ugly way of defending the pawn on b7. Now rook d7's in the position. But in any case, bishop f3, and let's just see how we want to defend.
Now rook d7 maybe runs into bishop g4.
And you'd be squeezed to the side with rook c7. Also, the problem with rook d7 is it really takes the knight f5 ideas away because of bishop g4 as well. But the same point as Alejandro mentioned, b7, b6, I'll spank your hands for even considering allowing this move d6, which just wins material with a double hit. So queen b3, there's queen b6.
No,
they
e7,
can't. E7 is
unfortunately
hanging.
not.
No,
Yeah.
no. So there,
Rook b8 runs into queen a3, right?
yes, rook
So
b8, queen a3 is the
A
double attack.
and you probably end up...
And you're unhappy about that. You're not getting the beautiful blockade you want. So still, queen b3 gives problems for Fabi to solve. And let's see, and they have reached the position, by the way.
Bishop f3, bishop f3.
Bishop f3, bishop f3. So Fabi,
I think it's a bit tricky to defend this b7 pawn right now.
it is, and I liked what you said a moment ago, which was rook d7. I would find bishop g4 very attractive. Rook c7. What
Rook
else?
c7 and white to play and win, Yasser. I believe in
Oh
you.
no,
this
no,
one.
no! See, that's the thing. If you put this position in a tactics book and say white to play and win, then you start looking for something that sacrifices and wins. You know, if you
Immediately.
don't know there's a combination, your first inclination is to go rook a1 to d1.
There's no combination here. It's just let's attack the pieces and figure out how he defends them.
Okay, let's do that. Queen g3. What's that? That's a nice one, right? Suddenly the rook on c7 is rather trapped.
Completely trapped. There's no
square.
Oops. Well, yes, I was looking at queen b6, but then I realized
You've got
there's a
d6 then, because now d6 is defended. Yeah,
so
queen
rook
g3.
d7 is just a
So
no-no.
rook d7 doesn't work
at all.
No.
Alejandro, how is the engine
How's
handled?
Fabiano going to defend this pawn?
Exactly, because we can't find it.
Well, I'm enjoying you guys trying to defend the
Yeah,
pawn.
yeah,
And it's
yeah.
impossible to defend.
The pawn. You
You
got to
cannot
give it
defend the
up.
pawn. It's done. He has to lose a pawn. How he loses the pawn is his choice. He can either play knight f5 immediately, give up the pawn on b7, and establish a knight on d4, try to create counterplay. You were mentioning that this bishop on f3, the light square bishop, is not great. The knight on d4 starts establishing itself as a powerful piece, blockading the line here on d1, which makes it difficult to advance the pawn on d6 at a later stage. A pawn is a pawn, though. White would be better in this position, even though he would have black would have compensation. He could also look at playing the move rook a b8 instead of knight f5 immediately. Now, you were mentioning both queen a3 and queen e3 win a pawn. They're kind of transposing to each other. Let's just play queen a3. Again, you have to play knight f5. Taking on a7 seems a lot less desirable than taking the pawn on c5. It just seems like a juicier pawn as it controls a lot of dark squares, whereas the pawn on a7 doesn't do anything. Queen takes c5, for example, and then the computer says, well, let's go attack. Rook bc8, forcing the queen off of its powerful square. If you play queen b4, watch out, because knight d4 is attacking this position on c2. It's attacking the bishop on f3. There might be a couple of tactical issues. If you take on a7, then rook takes c4. It seems like black's pieces have become very active, whereas white's haven't. And it seems like it's not quite enough for a pawn, but it does become very tricky from a practical point of view. I can see that Fabi has played the move knight f5 immediately. If Hikaru wants to go for any kind of advantage, he must take the pawn on b7. Otherwise, the very next move will be knight to d6, defending everything that black wants to defend and establishing a nice blockade. In that case, it would be Hikaru that has to watch out for not being worse. So he absolutely has to take on b7. And now the question is how exactly Fabi's going to continue. He could play knight d4, as I mentioned, or he could start out with even the move rook a b8, trying to bring more pieces into the attack. Something like queen takes a7, knight d4 starts to become double-edged. Notice that this bishop on f3 is hanging. The knight on c2 might be attacked. The rook is coming to b2. Instead of this, it seems like Fabiano has decided to blockade, just play for the long-term compensation with the knight on d6, attacking the pawn on c4, and Hikaru will emerge up a pawn, which from a practical point of view is still very difficult to convert, simply because this knight is so superior to the bishop on f3. But, as we've established over and over again in this broadcast, a pawn is a pawn.
Exactly.
No, absolutely. And I'm just looking at knight d6, and I think I would play something like queen a6 here.
Certainly.
How do you
the queen
feel?
is under attack. The pawn on c4 is under attack. If you play queen b3, well, I really start to warm to the compensation very much after rook b8 and rook b4, for example. So queen a6 definitely gets my nod as well, Tanya.
But you know, Yasser, I was, while analyzing this, I feel like I would have preferred the knight on d4. To play the variation, I mean, knight d6 also gives a lot of compensation, of course, and, you know, it's not easy to break through, but I liked Alejandro's line of attacking the queen and trying to bring the knight to the center of the board on d4.
Women are really aggressive, aren't they? Look at that. Knight d4,
Oh,
knight d6, the 2800,
Yeah,
knight
you're
d4,
obviously
the
wrong.
attacker, you know, like just
I mean, so what if Fabi chose knight d6?
Exactly. But okay, I hear you loud and clear. And again, it's I think a combination of experience.
Of course.
And the real questions, let's say bishop e4, preventing knight c2 ideas, kind of trying to control the knight.
What's
Now,
my
the
knight really doing there?
Yeah, well, the problem is when you put your knight on d4, it's almost like, you know, you're going to be giving a second pawn. It's not, you know, like one thing kind of goes after the other, and queen takes a7. Rook. Now you got to come to a judgment. This looks really attractive for black. I mean, he's got all of the active pieces that he could possibly have, but it's two pawns. A third is currently hanging. You can go rook e8. There's a knight e2 check. I can imagine a lot of people with white pieces being uncomfortable as well. So knight d4, you know, I'll give you
It's an
credit. I mean, it's
interesting option,
definitely an option.
But
But it
Fabi-
would probably require a further sacrifice of the a-pawn.
Right. And yeah, maybe it's not worth two pawns, the compensation. So
I won't say
Fabiano
that.
did decide to go knight d6.
Yes, he did.
And Hikaru, in fact, went for queen c6.
Whoa,
So
queen
that's
c6.
very interesting.
Why on earth did he go queen c6?
So he wants to take the c5 pawn for the c4. And if you go rook c8, then
Queen a6 or queen
Queen
a4.
a4.
So basically, through the stutter step, he's suggesting that the rook is not very well placed on c8, and the queen is on a better square on a4 than on a6, because the queen can
Come back.
perhaps quickly return into the game this way. Intriguing. I wouldn't have really put too much faith in queen c6. Let me see again this move, queen c6. Well, first of all, I could play rook b8 right away anyway, because if you do go queen c5, there's that line that Alejandro was saying, you sacrifice the pawn to grab the pawn on c4.
but then you also lose the a7 pawn.
That's the one I really don't like losing.
Yeah, because then this a2 pawn is forever a super danger. Because
But how about this move, queen d4? Okay, so queen d4, the idea here is pretty self-explanatory. I'm defending the pawn on c5.
Right.
But I'm really eyeballing this pawn on c4. Now, you could do a kind of a different thing where you switch over, and that now maybe I will grab your
grab the
a2.
a2 pawn, and we
Well,
don't want that. So maybe
you could continue like this. And now black is ending up a pawn down, but he's got a super blockading knight. I don't know, queen d4?
maybe I'll just first defend after queen d4, for
Okay,
example.
I'll go back, queen d4, yeah.
I go rook c1,
Which rook?
ac1.
Rook a1, c1, okay.
Because now knight c4 runs into rook e4, right?
Yes, it does. And that's very good for you, of course. Okay, so now...
But that's also not over, because you've got some tricks like knight e5 or knight a5 in that position after knight c4, rook
so
e4.
just to show our viewers what you're considering, so you rejected knight c4 because you saw the move rook e4 and you were patting yourself on
I
the
was
back.
really happy, but
Until you saw that, well, the line could continue knight a5, returning the complement and attacking white's queen.
very interesting. And if you move the queen attacking my knight, I just go queen d2.
Which both defends the knight and attacks the rook on c1. This is where calculation is so
And then I'm just
crucial.
looking at this position, Yasser, and I just feel, why not knight e5 instead of knight a5? Because
Sorry, you're looking at this position and saying what?
instead of knight to a5,
Right.
if I
okay.
go knight to e5, because
Ah.
that way I've got this f3 bishop under attack, and
It's
maybe just a
happiness.
better square.
And what if I just take your queen?
Got to take your queen back.
And I can... No, I can't.
Very interesting.
Oh, that's a dirty... There's a fork on d3. I thought I was going to happily scoop up a pawn and play a rook and pawn endgame. That's probably a draw, but... Okay, so... what does it mean? It means that you're double guessing rook ac1
Yes.
as a defense.
Because I can't... Yeah, rook ac1 probably runs into knight c4, because rook e4 we realize does not work. So queen d4 is an interesting choice. Alejandro, what do you think about queen d4?
Well, I'm cheating because the computer will tell me. But rook ac1, as you guys were mentioning, does indeed go into this pawn up double rook endgame. Yasser, at the end, you didn't have to play rook c4. Let me just show you the variation that you guys were looking at. Here, takes on c6.
Right.
Now, instead of rook c4, which does indeed blunder a pawn, rook a4, for example, is a better move. Now, the knight's still under attack, and I'm taking on c5 next move. But after knight e5, takes, rook d6. Computer doesn't seem very impressed with white's winning chances. You can see there's a lot of structural weaknesses on the king side. Pawn on d5 can come under attack. You can see this transforming into some kind of 4 versus 3 pawn endgame in which this pawn is free to go, but it's known to be a draw. This would be probably a good chance for Fabi to draw the game. But after queen d4, I think the more precise idea to take the pawn here on c5, the original way you guys were mentioning, is probably better. You're still up a pawn and you retain a lot of the piece, especially the bishop is not being taken on f3, which shatters the pawn structure. So still compensation, because as you mentioned, the pawn is not free to go. The knight is blockading it quite well, but let's face it, you'd rather be white any day of the week. So here, still clear advantage for white. Queen d4 does seem to be one of the better moves here for Fabiano. It's difficult to come up with too much of an idea here. As you mentioned, both the moves queen a4 and queen a6 prove that the rook on c8 is not as well placed as it would be on a8, because at least it defends the pawn on a7. Kind of a difficult position, I think, for Fabi to play. Queen d4, I think, is the best move. So let's take a look really quickly at the other game. As after rook a6, Vishy played something that I would have been very reluctant to play. He played the move g3, which instantly starts screaming to me, what if bishop g4? Apparently he had it all under control. After bishop g4, you can still play knight d2. There's a couple of other ways of defending the light squares. Still not something that I would have been super pleased of. Topalov believed in play bishop e6 instead. And here Vishy retreated the knight to d2. Now, interesting tactical sequence. If rook takes b6, this does not look good for black, because after rook takes, queen takes. If you recapture my bishop, and you have to, notice that b7 will be hanging at the very end, with a very pleasant advantage for white, as structurally you've become very weak, and the knight returning to c4 will be very good for the white side. Instead of this nonsense, Topalov decided to play the move d5, grabbing his space on the center, and you guys have been talking specifically about how important it was to get d5 in this type of positions, because now the bishop on B8 can always return to D6 and be part of the game. So it seems that Topalov has outplayed Anand in the sense that he has at least achieved most of the things he wants, and it's up to Anand to try to punish him in the next couple of moves with this rook being stuck on A6 to try to get anything out of the opening. I would be expecting something along the lines of either D4 trying to explode the center, or at least taking one time out and playing something like Bishop A2 or Bishop C2 to defend the pawn at least temporarily, and then prepare a very quick break in the center of the board with the move D4.
That game, thank you, Alejandro. That definitely sharpened things up, and the fact that Black achieved Bishop D5, achieved D5. I'm not going to say effortlessly, but just the fact that he achieved it is a very good sign for Black, as the bishop on B8 now can get liberated and get back into the game with Bishop D6 to C5. So Vishy, in this attempt to keep the bind, is probably looking at, like a way of trying to reinforce the bind. As Alejandro was explaining the position, one thought I had in mind, we mentioned it before, is if White could ever achieve C4, C5, then he's really, really a happy camper because the bishop remains stuck. So I was thinking about doing something like this, hoping that you would capture on C4, and then this really works, I believe, in White's favor because the bishop on B8 and the rook on it. So you would have to go.
And then you've got rook B5 and your pawn on
I'm
E5.
super happy.
Yeah, you're happy.
So I was looking at rook takes B6, takes on D5, bishop G4, and again, a very rich, strategically rich position. I like the bishops, and just the fact that Black finally liberated himself. He was in this prison on the queen side.
Maybe he can come bishop A7 and kind of transfer the bishop to this really pretty diagonal.
Exactly, and for the moment, these double pawns are not, rocking
Going anywhere.
Rocking the position. So overall, I think that Veselin, is going to be pleased with the outcome, and he has played the very line that we were looking at. He has played captures on D5, captures on D5, C4, and again,
Tough choice for Black to
one
make
thing
now.
you don't want to do is you don't want to capture and then get your pieces trapped. You don't want to allow a C5. So I think we're going to see capture. Oops, sorry, not this one. I think we're going to see rook takes B6.
You definitely don't want to allow C5, yeah.
Right. Takes on D5, bishop G4, probably bishop D7 is also. But this move looked straightforward. And now, I don't know if, obviously, if I could get
You can't
some
move your
kind of
bishop
light,
right now.
right. If I could get a light square clamp down, I just don't see exactly how I'm going to go about it. D3, D4 is not impressive. That just means that the bishop will come into play. Once Black plays rook B6, B4, all of his problems are over. So again, I think Veselin is happy with the outcome.
Maybe I could try something like king G2, H3. No, in the last
In this
position.
final, oops, sorry.
With bishop G4, just to try to push, because I need that bishop not pinning me.
Exactly.
So
good idea. Takes.
And
takes,
bishop G4. Can I go something like king G2 here?
Indeed. That looks very attractive
Maybe
to
I
try
want
to
to go
break.
knight E4 or H3 now.
Well, just fortifying the F3 knight makes a great deal of sense. So king G2.
Move like queen F5? Is that interesting?
Yes, indeed.
But you've got knight C4 now, I think.
Well, the nice part about king queen F5 was that you're putting the kibosh on H2, H3
it could be really, really bad. Knight C4 could end very badly for me.
because
of some knight F4, bishop H3, queen G4 mating ideas.
Ooh, something along these lines too. Remember, boy, a very strange rover, by the way. It was a rook up and over, but it became a big attacking force.
Simplest is rook F6, yeah.
Of course.
Knight C4, rook
but
F6.
but at first, you weren't anticipating that the rook would be a valuable asset. What you were trying to do was just get him out, and it turned out to be a great idea. So, yeah, Vishy needs king G2. I think is just a little too slow. Vishy needs a good move, a hatsy-tatsy move here.
In fact, we do have this position on the board as well, yeah? They went for this
The
line.
players have caught up to our analysis. I'm thinking, as I agree, rook C1, there might be a rook B3. This pin is
It's
super
very
annoying. I mean, super annoying. Rook e3. I'm a little bit worried that rook e3 is just going to inspire black to play bishop a7, and I put my rook in a poor square. Okay. I tell you, it's tough being tournament leader in this tournament. I mean, everybody's out to get you once you get into the lead.
Maybe you
Alejandro,
have to...
help us, save us here. We're not seeing a good move for white.
There's just nothing here. I'm trying to analyze here with the
explain
engine, try to play, but every move that I can come up with has a specific problem. King g2, as you guys were mentioning, queen f5, this light squares are becoming a huge problem. The rook coming to g6 might be a huge issue. The computer's trying to figure out what to do. Rook e3, as you mentioned, Yasser, the computer doesn't think it's that bad, but even the immediate bishop a7, it really puts pressure on the rook indirectly. The rook's going to come to b4, open up the bishop against the king. Doesn't seem very happy. Instead of king g2, it's suggesting maybe bishop c2 to exchange the rooks, at least if you don't get the rook to b4, but, I mean, you take on b1, you take with the bishop. This is not what I wanted to play as white, definitely. The only other suggestion it's coming up with, perhaps the best move, is to play queen e2. The idea, I think, in a very important way, is to play the move queen e4 and try to release some of the pressure. At least any move involving queen f5, I can meet with queen e4, and therefore the pressure is starting to dissipate just a little bit. However, a lot of calculation needs to be done as what happens on e4 here in this position. Ooh, very, very dangerous stuff. And now here's where the computers are much better than humans. The computers say, I don't care about your move e4. This is an absolutely fantastic line. If pawn takes e4, then yes, knight e5, and you can see the big problems that white is having with the knight on f3. It will eventually be lost. This is not a good way of playing. The computer's saying that after e4, well, no problem. Queen e3. Let's remember that there is a pinned rook on e8, which means that there is no immediate threat on the knight on f3, which allows me to move out of the pin in the next move. Still rather double-edged. As you can see, the bishop a7 might be an idea in this position. Very difficult to play. At the end of the day, Bishop did go for the move king g2, which it seems like the natural choice, as Tania was suggesting. But after queen f5, I think Topalov's sacrificial thoughts are starting to pop up. Knight f4 is going to be in the air. Knight h4 is going to be in the air. It's going to be very difficult for Vichy to control all of the light squares here around his king. And we've seen this tournament. If you see a light square or dark square complex weakness, Topalov will happily sacrifice a piece or more for them.
And he sacrificed nothing. This guy Topalov, he's a one-trick pony. All he knows is light square weaknesses around the guy's king.
Look at his face, Yasser. He's totally looking for one of those sacrifices. Now that you've got g3 on the board, he's on super alert mode.
I mean, the only thing he's not doing is licking his lips. It's amazing. No, he's a headhunter. I mean, he carries a very, very big billy club. And he loves going after the opponent's king. And this move, g2, g3, Alejandro said his reflex was like, whoa, wait a minute. You're weakening a lot of light squares. Has Vichy underestimated the dangers? I don't know. By the way, Tania, here in the United States, we have the Boy Scouts of America. It's a very important institution. And basically, since the 1960s, the United States Chess Federation was trying to get the Boy Scouts of America to give a merit badge for chess through the Boy Scouts of America, so that they encourage the kids to play chess. Decades went by. We never got anywhere until Jeannie Sinkfield, who happened to have her best friend on the Boy Scouts of America committee, got a merit badge for chess. And right next door, as we speak, Boy Scouts from all over the United States are getting their merit badges by taking their chess tests and figuring out the moves. And so there we've got on some footage of them.
That's amazing.
Yes. Do you have a boys and girls in India?
We do have boys and girls in India.
For scouts, I meant. Sorry. There you see them with their outfits. Yeah.
So we do have something similar, but we do not have a Jeannie Sinkfield in India yet, unfortunately, who has got this program going, which is, besides being ridiculously cute, is actually amazing. So I was having a word with Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield the other day. By the way, she's the reason why we're all here today, right now here. But she was telling me a very interesting thing, that it's chess and maths and music. If with these three things, both parts, and if you do a science experiment, both parts of your brain light up. These are the three fields that actually light up the intuitive as well as the logical part of the brain.
And it's interesting that in chess, math, and music is where you have your prodigies. That's where you hear about math prodigies and so forth. And we definitely have our prodigies in chess, don't we?
Absolutely. And what's also really interesting is that we all over the world, of course, know about the St. Louis Chess Club and the amazing work that goes on here for chess. But what the Singfield Fund is also greatly involved with is the Chess in Schools program. They are massively encouraging young kids to take up the sport, even if it means that they don't take it up professionally later on, because it's recognized the advantages of chess in your general development of the mind.
Absolutely.
And the Singfield family is playing a huge role in that in the community as well.
Well, indeed, the mission statement of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center is to bring chess almost in a missionary zeal to public schools, and about 2,500 students in the greater St. Louis area. The club provides coaching and lessons for the schools. So we're reaching about 2,500 a year, and we're trying to improve that a lot in the future. By the way, we're going to have a very special guest
very
later
soon.
After we get
brilliant stuff. What else is brilliant is that on the other side of this break, now you don't want to go away because we've got a big surprise for you. You don't want to miss that. I kind of don't want to give the name away, so join us later.
Okay.
Right, very soon.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Welcome back, and as promised, we've got a very, very special guest with us, Garry Kasparov. Garry, welcome to our show.
Gratitude.
So tell us, how's it going? What are you doing at the club?
I'm here
Just to enjoy.
as usual. So I'm, here at this chair.
Yes.
This is your spot in
Yeah, this is
St.
my
Louis.
spot. Yes. Yeah.
Gary, we saw a remarkable mistake by Veselin Topalov. He's been running hot and cold in the tournament. You saw that incredible peace sacrifice he made against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah,
kind of bluff,
Yeah, okay, but
recklessness.
I don't think it was 100% correct, so I didn't have time to analyze it, but my intuition told me probably, it could be refuted.
Right.
But, it's...
Over the board, it's tough.
But it's, it's over the board, and also it reminded me of Tals, this is... later on you can refute it, but clock is ticking,
Yeah.
and it's just, it's one of the most difficult challenges, when you're under pressure, but there are no immediate threats.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you don't have to defend immediately against
Something
a
concrete.
mate in two, or just or your queen being trapped. But you feel that there's something is being cooked, and you don't know exactly what. And Topalov, he played was just such
H4,
yes,
H5.
yeah, rook d4, H4, and again I believe machine would have refuted it, but it's a human chess. That's why when people say, oh, it's not interesting. No, it's just to watch now classical chess, even the light version of classical chess. My response is there's so much of human drama there, because at the end of the day it's not just about the absolute call of the moves, but it's about individuals, about people who are behind these moves that are being made, and I think it was a great drama.
It was. And speaking of which, we had this position when we went on break. We had this position, and we were all really warming to Black's after Queen F5. Alejandro and I were looking at this move: Bishop C2, Rook F6, D4, takes, and Alejandro said the machine was laughing at me that I was winning this pawn on F2 and playing King H1, and I was saying, but look, I'm doing great. And he goes, well, B7 is hanging, E4 is hanging, your queen's a little bit trapped. Goofy line, I thought it was good for Black. Having said that, what Topalov did play was Rook B. What Topalov did play was Rook B4. Looks okay.
No, I think he said it's okay, but it's nice to put Rook at such aggressive position when it's protected by the pawn. But at the end of the day, what on earth Rook is doing on B4? Because it's just and it's probably psychologically, you look at at the queen on F6, and it's hard to realize that if you push the queen and then Rook can go there. But I would be looking for, because you already have enough piece on the king side. I would be looking for opportunity to bring Rook there. But again, you want to. It's kind of an illusion. You want to control B file, but we gave Vishy time to recover. Because look, if White could deflect immediate threats, then you start talking about the same problems. Pawn on B7 is hanging. White has a pass pawn on the center. Knight on G6. Unless this knight will do something dramatic, being sacrificed H4, F4, this knight is cut.
Right.
If Vishy can exchange few pieces, then the strategic factors that are very much in White's favor will play a decisive role, and that's what's happening.
Well, let us take a look. What happened? Rook E4, Bishop D6. Looks like this is good move, but this is a beautiful little tactic by Vishy. Rook takes, Knight E4.
And now Rook is now eventually on the king side,
right.
but it's in the wrong position.
Very wrong position. It's going to be trapped.
He's getting trapped, so he doesn't have anything better than just to give it back, give an exchange back.
Yes.
But then look what's happened. So it's
let's see. Let me just get an update of the position if I can. Oops, wrong board. We'll turn to that in a moment. So what we have seen is after Knight E4, he did take. Bishops of opposite color, but suddenly the advantage went to
yes,
flip.
but again, it's yes, he's right. He's trying to actually to build a kind of a fortress there. Now, if Black Knight could be magically pushed from G6 to D6,
as we see in the other game.
It will be perfect, but it's still a way to go. And white knight goes on d3, which is correct. He's attacking this bishop. He will push the bishop away from c5, right. And then the c file will be open. And yeah, it's still maybe it's not that bad, because black should still try to bring knight e7, knight rook c8 maybe, but definitely white is calling the shots.
All right, and we'll just take a quick look at the game 2 or game 1. This was the pawn sacrifice, blockading knight on d6.
It's a pawn sacrifice.
We
call it sacrifice.
Nowadays we call it a sacrifice.
Because I mean,
he was compelled to give.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is yes.
And
so Hikaru had very compelling arguments. Forcing him to sacrifice.
We'll come back to this position, but we're going to have Grandmaster Cristian
with an update from New York.
With an update from New York.
From the third important game today. Yes.
Thanks, guys. We are now in the stage where players spend 10-20 minutes to try to figure out their plans. Let's see how the game continued from our last update. In this position is black to move. He tried to redirect his knight by playing knight c4. Now, white played rook e1, a slow improving move, and now a very unexpected move by Carlsen, rook c8. To be honest, I have no idea what he's trying to do with this. Karyakin probably didn't have any idea what he's trying to do either, and he played the move h3. Again, an improvement to his position, and it is black's turn now. I have no idea what's happening. I try to analyze this position a little bit with Gary. He completely crushed me with white, so we'll see. I'm not Carlsen, but black is having a difficult position now. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian. And you like these positions. Karpov was torturing you, and you were happy to torture him.
The light score bishops have gone, which is not typical for Rui Lopez.
Right.
But no, I mean, it looks as white has planned. So I don't know why he played h3. I mean, why on earth he played h3? So that's he could have not needed. B3, bishop b2, queen goes on d3, then maybe a4. So there are options for white, and I mean, I like the white position. I still like it. It's probably after h3, maybe Magnus will play h6.
Right.
Now, that's
well, it strikes like a Philidor position where the absence of the light square bishops means black has lost a lot of the elasticity. I'm
not sure.
That
Look,
if
black can consolidate, so playing h6, bishop of 8, c6, queen c7, then it's okay. That's why I think
Sergei had to be more.
Exactly. He should. Again, I don't know why he played h3. So there's no threat of bishop g4. So it's too early to think about sort of the king safety on the first rank. And it's kind of a waste of time. So if Magnus plays h6, I would say that h6 is more valuable for black than h3 because in some cases, if eventually, but white played d5 and black plays c6, white takes on c6, and then knight on f6 becomes very important because protect d5 square. So right. Bishop g5. So again, if you compare h3 and h6, definitely it's more valuable for black. So I assume that Magnus is considering h6 now. And again, if he can put h6, bishop of8, and then c6,
he covers everything.
He covers everything, and then probably white should do something quite dramatic, but it's difficult because black position is quite elastic.
And Gary, what do you have to say about the opening choices that the two players have made, and especially the first game? A lot of people are arguing it's playing Trumpovsky is almost like giving away one game with white. What is your take on the opening choices?
No, look, first of all, game one in a World Championship match is not probably sort of the best opportunity to show your top preparation. So you always want to play something, just like, it's like intelligence work to understand, how is your opponent feeling. So just do something which is not necessarily, sort of the best weapon that you had. So, I mean, I had different ideas, so I always played, the best I knew. So, but Karpov always played something relatively quiet. So this is just,
it's
testing. Yes, exactly, yes. Now, I think the problem for me as a spectator yesterday was not what Magnus made at move 2. I mean, this is bishop g5, but that it was not typical for Magnus. I mean, not to even try to sort of squeeze water out of the stone. So there were few opportunities where he could put I mean, I don't think it's just, it was deadly, but typically for Magnus, he could, pressurize the opponent.
more problems.
Exactly. I mean, it's just, I don't know why he didn't play G4.
Yes.
So this is just...
That's a mystery.
Yeah, it is G3, why G3, G4 could have, kept black, kept black pawns on the king side,
F6,
it's slightly,
F7.
yes, in kind of, scrambled position. And again, Magnus is known for at least, if not winning, creating chances, out of nothing in almost every position. So the fact is that he didn't even create any problems for Karyakin yesterday. I mean, it probably shows that, for him, the game was just, not, I mean, he didn't take it that seriously, the first game. So why? I have no idea. So we'll see what happens today. So definitely he's trying to play, it's complicated chess because, he didn't play Berlin. And I understand. Karyakin has a lot of experience playing Berlin, with both colors,
right,
especially with black. So that's why I think Magnus wants more complicated positions, and we see if it's going to pay.
The editors of ChessBase actually asked me a question if I could describe the strengths and weaknesses of both players in the World Championship match, and I was really thinking about it a lot. And they're both from the computer age. They've both been raised with the databases and engines. They're both able to play E4 and D4. And the more I was thinking about it, the more I found a lot of similarities of the players. But their similarities of strength are in Magnus's favor. It's like he's a better endgame player. Sergei's a fine endgame player. Magnus is a little bit better. How would you describe their strengths and weaknesses of the two, if you had to?
Look, I think it's just they belong to different categories. So it's Karyakin is a fine player.
Right.
Magnus is an exceptional player. So it's
That's a good description.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't know, Tanya. Do you think
No more conversation.
you nailed it a bit there, didn't you?
No,
fine
I mean,
versus
anything
exceptional.
can happen, So, I mean, even Muhammad Ali, lost. Do you remember the name of the opponent who beat Muhammad Ali? Instantly.
Leon Spinks or...
Yeah, okay, fine, great. So,
Right, it took some while, sorry.
But okay, but it's how it's things happen, but we understand, who is who in this equation,
Right.
Magnus and versus Karyakin.
Joe Frazier, by the way.
Was-
Is smoking
No.
Joe Frazier.
You're talking early. I'm talking about the
Later, when it
yes,
was much
yes,
later.
yes, later. Yes. No, I think Magnus is a clear favorite. So it's for him to lose. But we live in insane year, so that's why.
Brexit.
Yes, but exactly. Yeah.
US
So,
election. Coming to our game. Come on,
Right.
tell us what happened. What's going on? And Alejandro, I got to get you in here too. You tell us what's going on. Bring us update, please.
Well, guys, definitely that game between Topalov saw a big mistake by the Bulgarian, but I want to take a look at exactly what happened in this game. This was back in move 24, and we're now in move 31 in the game, and I just want you to pay attention to Black's pieces. Let me go to move 31. They haven't really changed very much. Actually, it seems like Black's made one move. He's going back and forth with his pieces, whereas Hikaru has steadily progressed. Let's go back to that position. You notice that the rook has moved away from this file, covering the d4 square. The queen is now going to be on a6, but especially the improvement of the bishop. With the bishop being on f1, there is no problems now with the pawn on c4. Here, Caruana had no choice but to play rook fc8 in order to cover the pawn on c5. Notice that the queen has no more entry to the dark squares in the center. And especially after this move, which I like by Hikaru, g3, always allowing yourself the possibility of playing some bishop h3, harassing the rook on c8 at some point. It seems like Hikaru is actually making progress, and I actually like his position better than Caruana's, without even including the fact that he has an extra pawn. So it's all Hikaru in this game. And I want to also point out one thing. Let's take a look at the times, because I believe that Caruana is under 12 minutes at the moment.
Down to 8 minutes.
Down to 8 minutes even, whereas Hikaru has, well, to put it mildly, a ton of time.
Thank you.
Talking
Alejandro.
about time, Gary, how do you feel about this time delay? Because it's been posing a big problem and a big challenge to all our players whenever they've been down here trying to adjust to the delay. What's your opinion on the delay versus the increment?
Look, I was always in favor of delay, yeah, because I think it's just it's more just because if you make I always believe that you should not get a premium for making a move. So we saw it time and again, especially in Rapid and in Blitz, when the players they make enough moves to accumulate time. I think the move is a move. So just you're not entitled to receive a bonus for just making a move. So I think the whole idea of increment delay was to make sure that the game keeps its integrity. So if you're winning position or
rook versus king rook.
or a defensible position, so you can either win it or can hold it without being pressurized by time. So because that's also bad when somebody's just pushing the clock all the time. So I think delay basically just secures that the integrity of the game will be preserved, and at the same time it doesn't give an opportunity for for one player who's more savvy in pushing the clock and just to accumulate time by just making this game almost indefinite. Also, let's not forget, we are just moving at a time when, the organizer's interest, should be also taken into account. And this is how can you make any projections, especially when you're talking about Blitz or Rapid. If the game could last much longer than anticipated, suddenly you go to the, Endgame, Queen and Pawn's Endgame. And you can play
100 moves.
Exactly. So time is keeping up. So, and if you play, so the long Blitz was 9 rounds a day. So delay guarantees that, that's okay, could be slightly longer, but you can plan, exactly how much time could be allocated for each round, for the whole playing day, for the whole tournament. And I think it's very natural movement into this direction. So, and I see no reason when it's being already accepted in Rapid and Blitz that it just it's not being widely spread in classical chess. I understand the players, they feel some kind of discomfort, but remember what kind of discomfort my generation of players, our generation, had when we had to move from 5 hours with the Germans to 6 hours. So it's those changes that they have to adjust for today.
You're seeing it as a positive evolution.
It's a positive, but compared to what's happened 25, 30 years ago, they're relatively small. So it's basically, the structure of the game, the time control, the time distribution doesn't change dramatically. And again, it helps us to understand that the game will be finished at that time, so we can make
pro spectator as well.
Exactly, absolutely.
Well, one of the things I actually thought of when I was thinking of the delay is, especially when you're playing Blitz and you're really, really down to seconds on the clock, and you're moving the pieces and they're being bounced about. Pieces are falling and the clock is moving, and it's a really kind of a madhouse. With that 2-second delay, now you can say to your opponent, put your piece precisely on the square. You don't just go bat, 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 bat. And by the way, we do have a result, so we'll come back with our conversation. Alejandro, pick it up for us. What has happened?
Draw?
It seems that the players have agreed to a draw in this position. Remember, there is no draw rule that we are playing with right now. Perhaps after the move knight b2, we left off here on this position 91 with this rerouting of the knight. Topalov decided to do the same. The knight on g6 clearly misplaced after the move g3, trying to get the knight back to d6, and it seems like both players rerouted the knight as well as they could without waiting for the move knight d6. I think Vichy offered a draw. The computers say that white has a minimal advantage, but don't see really any way of making progress. I see that they're just shooting out some nonsense moves. They want to take the knight on d6, queen takes d6, play rook c1. Of course, black's not going to allow the rook into the c file, and then they try to at least do something on the king side, even though they're not very convinced that white has anything real. They do give a nod to white's position, as Gary was saying, maybe just slightly better for the white side. I'm not aware actually of the time situation. I don't have them with me right now. Meanwhile, in the other game, we have a few more moves. Remember that Caruana is in deep time pressure, and Hikaru seems to be playing rather quickly to take advantage of this. He transferred the queen. Remember, they was stuck on the queen side here on queen a6, and now it's going to return to the game. The bishop on f1, g3, we saw all this, and then the queen returns here to d2, attacking the pawn on h6. Instantly, Caruana played h5, and here Hikaru added a little bit more pressure, abandoning the b file, but saying that the rook is the one coming to a6 in order to pressure the knight on d6 and attack the pawn on a7. Perhaps then the queen can return to a5 to put even further pressure on that pawn in that side. After rook e8, which was played by Caruana, let me refresh the board here. rook e8. We do have the move rook a6, attacking the knight. Knight came to e4, and a very well-timed, I think, trade here of the queens. Not really worried about the fact that the pawn structure will be shattered on the king side, because who cares about the king side? I have a passed pawn on the d file. c5 is going to be weak. a7 is under attack. You have no activity with the rooks. Can't really exploit my weaknesses. I don't see, though, what Caruana can do. He can't really sidestep the trade of queens. Queen c8 runs into rook c6. That looks really ugly. It seems like Caruana has taken on f4, pawn takes f4. And as I said earlier, this seems entirely Hikaru's game to win.
Thank you,
And
Alejandro.
let's not forget the time situation. Caruana is down to 5 minutes to almost 30 minutes for Hikaru. And we've seen time plays.
But I would say the passed pawn on d5 with the extra pawn is more important than
anything to do
this
with
is
time.
the big flashing monster, and especially when this knight is not going to be blockading. Essentially, over the last dozen moves or so, this rook on a1 has moved to an incredibly important square, a6.
Yeah, Alejandro made a good comment that when you compare positions, you could see that, black did nothing.
Right.
I understand, when you're under pressure, when you have to defend, sometimes you don't have much choice, but to sort of wait. But, Hikaru improved everything, just bishop came back to f1, protecting the pawn, the rooks, got improved, and black did nothing. So I think maybe black had better chances of defending, though.
This looks terrible.
No, that's over. Yeah, that's over.
Going, two opinions here, Tanya, you too. Going back to that position where a draw was agreed. In the old days, I could really imagine a guy like Karpov still trying to squeeze blood from stone for a very long time, not just agreeing to a draw just because of the opposite color bishops, but thinking that the pawn on d5 was more valuable than the pawn on b6.
Let's just bring it up.
Yeah, just this final position. Would you have offered a draw?
We should go. Should we look, at the position, after, b6, bishop c5, or just maybe white could do something better?
Like
because,
this?
No, you want...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if we go back, if we here, just d takes c4, he played bishop c5, and, okay, it's the... I'm curious.
So black, as you mentioned...
Black would like to move the knight there, so that's why I'm thinking what we can do by just to...
Well, what Vichy did...
Prevent it from happening. So
right.
For instance, if I start with now, maybe say bishop c4.
Yes, and provoking b6.
Then I want to play bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Yes.
All right.
But my idea is basically, that you push your rook from e8.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I go something like queen d3, queen e2. Now they said queen b2. I attack the pawn. So basically, I want to make sure that your knight, will not be moved from g6.
Well, let's get our guest in on this conversation. Vichy, why didn't you do this? No, sorry, Vichy, please.
Yeah. No, it seemed to me that by this point, it's I've missed. If I had something, my point when I went knight e1 d3, I had hopes for rook c1 and something very concrete.
Vichy, but instead of pushing the knight from f3, so there's even queen e2 b6. If you play bishop c4 now.
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, now or queen e2, b6, bishop c4. Because my idea that now if you use knight e7, you go queen, bishop b5, and then queen b2. So this is just to make sure the knight on g6, stuck.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a suggestion, so at least...
No, I understand that there are ways like this of keeping some small edge and then making black move.
Then maybe you have chances. So
yes, but I was when I went knight e1 d3, I thought if we swap rooks, f4 is strong, but I couldn't make it work later on. And all these queen g4, d7 ideas, rook c1, something, but in the end, I just couldn't make it work.
When his knight moved, I think you already lost.
To bring our viewers into the conversation, after this move, bishop d4, Vichy, what you were thinking or saying was that your original intention was rook c1, yes?
And then also queen g4 instead of rook c1.
Aha, both queen g4 and rook c1, and you were mentioning that you wanted to play f4.
Well, then knight d6.
Okay.
It's
so sorry.
Might become dangerous for white.
Yes.
Okay, give me the guiding touch here.
Queen g4 is an idea.
Okay.
But then I missed originally how solid knight d6, knight c8 is.
Your intended meets
then
knight
just
d6.
and
Pawn d4 is hanging now.
yeah, I've kind of lost the plot a bit here.
No, but as you can see, the knight
Makes all the difference
yeah,
in the world when the
knight on f3 is already in decent position, so that's why I think the key is whether black could move the knight from g6 to d6. So that's why my suggestion was to push the rook from e8 and make sure that then we can attack e5 pawn by keeping the knight there. As long as the knight on g6, we can start making other improvements.
Right.
And bishop with b5, okay, it's a decent position. b5 is better than b3.
Now, Visha, you came with, seems like some kind of prepared idea. You were playing very fast in the opening, but somehow it backfired a little bit just outside of you pushing the pawn all the way to b6.
Yes, it's a risky try. And I kind of wanted to experiment a bit, but I think he dealt with it quite well. So.
Okay, so not something we're going to see again, probably this massive expansion on the queen side?
Well, we'll see. All sorts of ideas which don't look, I think, later on come back. So
That's true. Now, what were you surprised at most in this position? The fact that you were kind of pushed back a little bit, or that he more or less blundered this idea of rook takes g4, knight e4? Because it seemed like you were having a difficult position before that.
yes, but I think I've saved it. I mean, with king g2, I felt that I'm okay.
Okay.
Maybe not better, but I'm okay. And then I was, of course, very happy that he missed rook g4.
Right.
Because exactly for the reason, I mean, I agree more or less with Gary that bishop c4, b5 is a reasonable thing. I mean, black will anyway maybe take the c file, and he's still got d6 blockaded, but it's a bad knight on g6, and I'm sure with more precision white could make black suffer, but I didn't have it. So.
All right, I guess that happens sometimes. It's time control is definitely very fast, and I know that you have another game coming up, so we're going to let you go and rest,
Sure.
and good luck for the evening round.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Vishy. Turning to the other game, it's really heating up. It was did Hikaru mistime his push? Because after King F8,
Don't forget, there's a pawn still there.
the A pawn still
There's
lives.
another one. Yes, you have another one.
Yes.
Yes.
Screw up like this.
Vishy just commentating on his way out the door. He would like to screw up like this. He really thinks that Hikaru is in the driver's seat here.
Okay, there's some precision is needed, but I would say rook c8,
King E7.
king e7, and you exchange
Trade.
and now then knight d4. I don't just.
So rook d5?
I think probably you should go rook d5.
Okay. So it's pawn hunting time, no? Still.
I don't even see any counterplay that
Well,
black
wait a
can
minute.
do.
Black is still in here with a shout, because he's got this idea of maybe checking.
And knight f3 and rook g1 mate.
Yeah. But we have another guest in our studio. Veselin Topalov is with Alejandro Ramirez.
That's an interesting game in which it seems like he was just trying to smother you with his queenside pawns, but you got out of it pretty easily.
Well, somehow of course, it was a double-edged position when you have my bishop blocked and the rook also on b8, but then two bishops, and also I thought the pawn was weak. And at some point, I believe I was just winning a clear pawn, but I pushed my pawn on d5, and instead I could just go queen d8 attacking the pawn. I think it was just a very easy move. And then after the queen, after the exchange of the rooks, I think I just collect the pawn coming with the knight, maybe, or I don't know if it's queen b3, maybe. And then knight f8, I thought. And then I'm just quickly coming and collecting the pawn. Maybe it's not 100% clear, but...
But Veselin, this is not your style. Your style is go
No,
for the
no,
throne, and this is exactly what you did.
I don't think d5 was a bad move, but then I completely misplayed. And in the final position, just 2 moves before Vishy offered me a draw, I think I was in trouble when he could just go rook c1, and then after rook c8, I thought. First, okay, this is a good move, knight e1. And this position, I thought that rook c1, after knight d3, bishop d4, rook c1, rook c8, and I thought queen waits, queen d1 or queen d2, and I didn't like it because not taking, just queen d1 waiting.
Queen d1 or queen d2 now.
And now it's not easy to find a move because if I place my queen on d6, it's a place for the knight. He could still wait with rook c1, rook c2, and queen c1, and then sometimes he can always go f4.
Right.
I thought it was very, very unpleasant position.
At least unpleasant in the long term.
Oh yeah, and no risk. I mean, but.
Yeah, we were analyzing actually the Fabiano game, and we were surprised that we turned back to yours, and it was drawn so quickly. As we see that Fabiano Caruana.
This was very annoying position, and with risk-free also.
Right. As we see, Fabiano Caruana has lost against Hikaru Nakamura. That puts him even further down the bottom of the standings. Tough tournament so far for Fabiano. He's getting positionally crushed today. He got massacred by an attack against you. It's been tough for Fabi.
Well, it's true that it doesn't look like he's playing well, because even the second games against me, he was very close to losing. But it's true that the first one, what he did, the one he lost against me he was just clearly better after the opening. It looked like I had some attack, but strictly speaking, it was only a bluff.
No, well, the bluff paid off.
Oh, yeah.
Tania was mentioning earlier in the broadcast that sometimes when it's a small tournament and somebody's clearly off form, it kind of paints a target on his back. Do you think that Fabi has one right now?
Well, it's just changing too quickly. Also, 15 minutes games are unpredictable, but it's good for me that because before the tournament I thought I was a clear outsider, with a clear candidate to be last because of my blitz mainly. I thought maybe that 1 hour I could somehow, and 50 minutes I do have some experience, but blitz I maybe, well, only now I played in Paris and Leuven, but otherwise I hardly play any blitz. But okay, it's good to see that I'm still hanging.
Although it's very interesting to notice that most of these players are used to 3+2 as one of the official time controls, but this is not exactly 3+2. It's the much faster 3 minutes with 2-second delay.
It's a bit more confusing, I would say. Still, but I don't think it makes a big difference, because still, when it comes to seconds, it doesn't really matter.
Well, Veselin always humble about his opportunities in the tournament. Thanks for joining us here at the studio. We know you have another game coming up, so good luck in that one.
Well, the delay is confusing, but Gary says it's the future of chess, so we're going to find out. Let's take a look at the current standings now. So Vishy has gone on to 3, but he's joined by Hikaru, so we've got joint leaders with 3 points, Vishy and Hikaru, and Veselin Topalov at 2.5. And Fabiano still at the bottom of the board with 1.5, clearly having a very tough tournament. Now, Gary, when you're having such a tournament, how do you do damage control? You still have a long way to go, but it's clear that he's not feeling himself too well.
You asked the wrong person.
Okay.
I didn't have such a bad tournament.
How did you recover from your disasters?
All the disasters that you've had in your life.
I think what we can see now is, as you know, it's Fabi has the greatest difficulty in adjusting to this time format. So as these games they show clearly that he's struggling.
Actually, it's a kind of an ironic moment to bring the readers back to. We had this moment in the game where Fabi has lost the b7 pawn. He blockaded with the d. Tania went for the knight d4 because in hindsight the blockade was fine, but then he waited too long and white broke through. Maybe knight d4. Well, let's ask the man himself. Alejandro is with Fabiano Caruana in our studio.
We are here with Fabi Caruana, who sits, unfortunately for him, at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Tell us a little bit about what happened. Did you miss that you could not defend the pawn, or did you think you were going to get some kind of compensation?
Yeah, I remember that Hikaru had played this line against Yakovenko.
Very similar.
And then, yeah, I remember that it was slightly better for white, but basically a draw. And it was with instead of rook d8, bishop e6, and then e4 take, bishop takes, c d4, bishop c6, and we get. Yeah, white breaks up the pawn structure, but it's pretty much holdable. Bishop c6, bc6, knight d4, something like queen c5, knight e6, fe6. And then I decided to play something else because it looked okay to me, and I wanted a more interesting game.
Well, perhaps you were inspired by the players next to you, as that is following a game between Topalov and Anand.
That's what Hikaru told me after the game, and I realized I'm just not in time. Yeah, and my first intention was to put the knight on d4, but then after bishop e4, I didn't see the next move, and I thought that at least I should put, rook d2 and rook f1. The issue is I wasn't even sure if queen f2 is a real threat, if like queen c5, queen f2, king h1. I mean, at least it's not so easy to sack every pawn. I mean, I guess rook e8 is forced here, and then...
Don't take on then rook f1. But maybe you don't take on f2, play rook e8 here. Queen takes c5? If
queen takes c5, rook e8.
Still rook e8, yes. Still I play rook e8.
Immediately.
Yes.
I'm not sure if even bishop f3 might be possible.
Yeah, bishop f3.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, at least black has to be sure that it's working.
Things are working. Sorry, in that other line where you were saying, and now rook e8, Fabi?
Rook f1.
Rook f1?
Yeah, and I don't have a good score for my queen because d4 is hanging.
Can't I take on e2 here?
Rook a2.
Rook d2.
d1, rook d2.
It's a funky position.
Oh, I can put the rook on b1.
Then also rook b2,
No,
right?
there's still rook e1 mate.
Still mate, rook b1, rook d2.
Yes.
You still have the...
It would be almost a study, a draw, by just chasing the rook along the first rank there.
Rook c1?
No, rook c2. Oh, you dirty rat. Yes.
Well, in any case, it didn't seem... I didn't think it would work. And I thought that with knight on d6, I would at least have pressure on c4, and white's... It's not easy to coordinate.
But it seems he was able to coordinate it. Perhaps you had some problems in creating a plan yourself?
No, I waited so long. I let the bishop go to f1, and then the rook came to a3, and then everything's falling apart. I guess I should at some point early on maybe trade c-pawns. I had options to do that, and maybe that's more possible to defend. Or I should try to create counterplanes some way. I don't know, put the rook on the b file and try to play rook b6. But after he got the bishop to f1, I just...
I'm sure that still, this is knight d4. I think it was not clear. So the line, yes, this is the... just a quick look. I think there was still an opportunity that with knight on d4. That's what I would have done. Yeah. Just definitely put my knight there.
When I said it on the broadcast, these two just laughed at me.
No, let's go with this line. Rook b8, take, rook b2, rook... No. Queen takes c5, yes?
Fabi wasn't sure that queen takes c5.
I play rook e8 now.
Rook e8
now? Yeah, rook e8 now.
If I play king
you said bishop f3, yes?
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I mean, there's also king h1, but maybe then rook f2, right?
Yeah, then bishop f3, I take on f3.
Okay.
And rook b e2.
Rook boy 2 e2. Because a1 is hanging.
Well, now.
Now.
King f1.
And f3 is hanging.
F3 is hanging. Come on.
Yeah.
Queen takes f3. Come on.
Yeah. No, this is
floodgates just open. Yes.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
So bishop f3 is not.
Bishop f3 is not good. So then otherwise.
Well, maybe what Fabi also said. Well, king h1.
Rook takes f2.
The initiative is still there.
Yeah, rook takes c4 is a threat.
Yes, the initiative is still raging.
Yeah, perhaps a more practical way of playing, especially in a fast time control.
And if rook f1 instead of queen c5, rook b2, rook f1.
Yes, that was my.
That's what we thought.
Rook e8 still.
Yes, that was what we thought
what's
too.
next?
Bishop d3.
Rook e8. Can I play d6?
D6 maybe.
Ah.
And then if queen d6, bishop d5 might be bad.
So what?
There's a check defending the bishop.
We take on d6.
Bishop d5.
And then bishop d5. Rook e7.
And it's a
Okay,
good
but
pawn,
we have-
but it's a good knight.
No,
If
knight
this is
is
much
excellent.
better
No,
than
but
the
it's-
game.
but
I
you
mean,
but you have chances here.
You're dreaming
The
about this
rook-
in the game.
Yeah, but you have two rooks now. Just okay, you're in the game. So
Yes.
you definitely, even if you lose, it will. It's,
You'll go down with a threat or two.
yes, kicking and screaming. Yes.
All the way to, yes.
Well, I know that you have another game here coming up, so we're going to let you go and rest up for it. And good luck.
Thanks.
Okay.
A tough day for Fabi.
Tanya, you were right on the mark.
Yes, that does feel good.
Aggression, your
Is
knight
the way to
D4
go.
is the way
Yeah.
to go. Well, your overall take on the games so far. It's been tough being the tournament leader. Whoever was the tournament leader, this is the first time that the tournament leader, Vichy, kept his position. At least he's tied. Normally, anybody took first was...
Definitely, there's a lot of excitement. So
Yes.
it's in every round we have something just to watch. And,
Yes.
And okay, there are mistakes, but as I say, there's plenty of psychology, and you have top players, and they definitely they definitely give all of us the opportunity sort of to enjoy it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we've also got with us Yasser, our other leader. So
Yes.
let's go to him. He's with Alejandro.
Hikaru, we're analyzing some possibilities that Fabiano could have improved on, perhaps as knight d4 instead of knight d6, but besides that, you made it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tricky strategical game. I mean, basically, if I can ever win some material on the queen side, or if I can push my d pawn, I'll win the game simply because I'll have more material. And I mean, I think it always should have been holdable, but at some point, I mean, Fabiano couldn't really find a plan. He started just making some random queen moves. It felt like he started moving his rooks back and forth c8 d8, and then queen d4, queen f6. It felt like, and I mean, the problem was long term. Like once I got this rook to a3, he couldn't keep up the blockade on d6. I mean, he was going to lose the pawn on a7 or c5, or the rooks were going to enter on the b file.
Right, it seems like strategically he had to find something active to do, and he wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I thought knight d4 was a much better move than knight d6.
It seems like we're all in agreement here, and like what Tanya seems to think.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this point already, like, yeah, okay, here knight d4, bishop e4, right?
Yes, and we're analyzing rook b8.
Rook b8, yeah, I thought rook b2 might be a draw. Is it or not?
We were just looking at it. Actually, we had some time analyzing this idea: rook f1, rook e8, d6.
Rook e8, d6. Ah, very nice. Ah, very nice. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Then obviously there isn't. Yeah.
That's game.
playable.
Yeah, I mean, it's still better for white, but yeah, it's quite difficult. Queen a8, like rook b8 probably. Yeah.
Maybe
King h7.
Maybe king h7. Why not king h7?
King h7, a4.
A4.
Actually, no, a4 runs into rook b8, maybe. Now rook b8. No, it doesn't.
Knight b3.
Knight b3, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't
Oh,
right,
that's...
Yeah.
Black gold pieces.
Yeah.
So they are perfectly positioned. So
No,
Yeah.
actually, if I don't have a4 here, yeah, black should be fine.
Yes.
Black should be completely fine.
yeah.
Active.
No, I mean, I
pieces.
think
Yeah,
Fabiano
active
just thought he could just put the knight on d6 and basically I couldn't do anything. But I can just slowly improve my position, and his rooks, I mean, his rooks never get active. I mean, he needs to take the b file, or he needs to, I mean, somehow come down the e file, I think, and he couldn't find a way to do it.
It seems once you got your bishop to f1, you were cemented solidly. The rook swung to a3.
Yeah, I think after bishop f1, I mean, I think it should just be positionally lost. I mean,
And after that, it seemed cleanup time. He was also behind on the clock significantly.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the other problem. Is so the position was difficult. The position was also difficult to play. It's not just that he was down a pawn. I mean, even though it seems like his move should be very routine, he can't just wait around, and so he has to find an idea. And he used a lot of time and couldn't come up with one.
Well, you got another game coming up. Good luck on that one, and thanks for joining us here.
Thanks.
Thank you, Hikaru. And before we go on break, we just want to have a World
Quick
Championship match
update,
update with Cristian
And Veselin.
and Veselin.
Thanks, guys. We do have an update from the World Championship match. A few moves have been played. A lot has changed in the position, but I wasn't understanding the position as well, so I brought in some reinforcement. Veselin, what do you think about this position?
Well, I guess it's the current position. I think it's around equal. What Magnus did was an improvement over a game he played against me in Paris. I think the new move, I believe the new move is Rook E8, and that's also a move that computer shows. And position is very, I would say, interesting, but nothing big is happening. So again, it's around equal, and they're both players are not playing the normal moves, and I think it will it's around equal. I don't know if it's going to be a draw, but I think position is equal. So for the moment, in the first 2 games, there's equality.
So Magnus definitely had some experience. Let's see how the game continued. After h3, Magnus decided to play h6, defending the g5 square and any potential pins with bishop g5 after the bishop goes to f8. White played b3, knight b6, bishop goes on the long diagonal on b2, bishop goes to f8, and now we see kind of the genius of Magnus. That's why he played rook c8, because in case of d5, black immediately plays c6 and the c6 pawn is defended. Karyakin thought for 20-30 minutes in this position. He decided to release the tension in the center. He took on e5, d takes e5, and now he played the move a4. What is your opinion about this position, Veselin?
Again, I think it's just an equal position. Nothing big is happening, but it will not be immediate draw, I guess, because for some reason the White's knight is a bit misplayed, so he has to place it back on b1 and then knight to d2. So I guess it will be a long game, but the normal result should be a draw.
All right, back to you guys. We're expecting a long game.
Thank you, Veselin and Cristian. We've got the final game of our classical round robin coming up shortly, so we'll be seeing you soon after. And don't worry, Gary will still be with us. We're not letting him go. See you soon.
Well, welcome Veselin again to St. Louis for another tournament. For someone that says that they either don't like or are not very good at fast time controls, you seem to be playing a lot of them recently. Have you been getting the hang of it?
I'm not actually sure, because Paris and Leuven was a bit a disaster for me. And since then I didn't train that much, because also I had to play the tournament here, the St. Louis, the Sinfield Cup, and then in the Olympiad. So, but again, I trained a bit, and I tried to, to improve my my blitz skills. But still, I don't think I'm good enough, honestly.
You're not going to kill it this time with the 3+2?
I'll try. But it also depends very much on the momentum of everyone's player, I think.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about your future plans after this tournament.
Well, I'm playing London, then I'm playing Gibraltar, and after that it also depends of if I get to the new Grand Chess Tour. Then I also play probably for some team for first time in my life in the Bundesliga, and now I'm also starting a foundation to develop chess in Bulgaria. So I'll be quite busy.
Absolutely. It seems like you're going to be hectic with other chess-related, but not exactly chess-playing projects.
Oh yeah, that's completely different stuff.
And we're back. Welcome to the final round of the classical play here at the Champions Showdown. And we see Hikaru Nakamura, as usual, the first to arrive and take his place. Fabiano was walking around behind him. The games are about to start soon. Vishy and Hikaru have taken the lead. We're going to get the standings up for you soon. And we had the Boy Scout program earlier today, Yasser,
Yes.
and we can see a lot of kids who've been watching the games. It must be so inspirational to them at this age, the opportunity to watch all these great players,
Right.
the world's top players come and play. I mean, when
and
I was...
get their badge at the same time,
Get
right?
their chess badge at the same time. And we see Caruana has also taken his place. We're about to start, and this is our current standing. So we've got Vishy and Hikaru going into the final round of the classical with 3 points, and then Veselin Topalov at 2.5, and Fabiano Caruana having a tough tournament at 1.5. And this is the pairing for the upcoming round. We've got Fabiano Caruana, who's been struggling with his form here, playing against Viswanathan Anand, who actually has been on fire in this tournament.
Absolutely. He's been doing very well, and that's why after 5 rounds of play, he is sharing the lead with Hikaru Nakamura.
Right, but we've said this time and again that with Blitz and Rapid, it's a wide open field. And we've got Topalov, who will be playing against Hikaru, 2 players who've also shown very, very creative and interesting chess here at the tournament, Yasser.
Exactly, and this is the second double round robin match because, of course, in the first one, Veselin with black pieces blundered a piece as early as the first doesn't move. And let's go to Alejandro for a final for a thought before this final round of today.
Well, I think Fabi with the white pieces will be definitely trying to make this tournament a lot closer. He's currently trailing both Hikaru and Vishy by full 1.5 points. However, a victory against Anand means that anything could happen going into the rapid. He wants to have the presence of mind not to be too far behind the leaders going into the different time control that he still has to get used to. We see that he starts with this kind of relatively new anti-Nimzo Indian, if you will, with B3, trying to go into some kind of ready channels. He's been using it quite often recently in both Blitz and Rapid. We saw it using it Paris and Leuven quite frequently. This is the move order that Anish Giri used against Anand in the candidates earlier in this year. So something that Vishy is definitely familiar with. It gives rise to very strategical, very dynamic positions, I would say, that don't usually have a lot of tactical fireworks. And also the imbalance of the pawn structures in the center always creates this tension that is not so easy for either side to resolve. In the other game, well, we have our first, and I guess it had to happen at some point, Berlin of the tournament. After E4, Topalov is going for a very quiet line that we've seen here in St. Louis before. This rook e1 instead of d4 going for the endgame. This is the try that Magnus Carlsen had in the Singfield Cup a couple of years ago against Hikaru Nakamura himself. However, in that game, Magnus was unable to really achieve much of anything. And here Topalov is using the knight f5 type of variation instead of taking on e5 early, which is one of the other ways of playing the position. And as far as I know, this is all theory. White has a minimal try for an advantage, mainly based on the fact that the knights are not placed ideally. The knight on f5 isn't in a great spot, and the knight on c6 would rather be on d7 in certain variations. But besides that, the structure is similar. It usually doesn't create that many threats for the black side, considered to be a very solid type of position for Hikaru here in this variation. I think that Topalov wants to slow the game down a little bit, just try to outplay his opponent much more slowly than, for example, the game that he had yesterday against Hikaru. So he's playing it safe, he's playing it solid. I'm a little curious about this wrinkle that Fabiano has thrown in. After c5, almost everybody plays the move g3. I'm curious about this move e3 immediately. After knight c6, you can still play g3, even though you have to calculate what's going on the light squares. But usually, white is playing g3 in this kind of positions, and then first fianchettoing before going for the e3 type of ideas. Actually, the idea of putting the bishop on b2, even though it looks supernatural, is not actually totally accurate, as in many Benoni type positions that we get on d4, at least reverse Benoni, the bishop is relatively misplaced on this side of the board. But instead, it seems like Fabiano's going to play e3, and I'm not sure exactly if this is the position that Anand played against Karyakin with the black pieces in the candidates tournament, in which Karyakin won a fascinating victory, really outplaying Vishy Anand. And I think this is the idea that he's following. E3 takes, and bishop b5. But I'll be looking it up just in a second to make sure.
Thank you, Alejandro. And Tanya, something has come between us. We have an empty chair.
We do have an empty chair.
Will be joining us. He's just in conversation with Dr. George Dean.
Yes, it's not because Yasser and I had a big fight.
Exactly. Dr. George Dean is one of the greatest chess set collectors in the world, and much of his exhibition much of his collection is being shown in an exhibition at the St. Louis World Hall of Fame across the street.
I was lucky enough to get a tour the other day of the Hall of Fame Chess Center, and I have to say the chess sets there are absolutely exquisite.
I know, aren't they?
And a lot of them, in fact, come from India.
They do indeed. The great master craftsmen of India have been creating chess sets for the better part of 1,400 years.
Well, yes. And as far as the openings are concerned, here, quite a slowish start, I would say, to both the games.
Yeah, well...
Compared to what we've been seeing. Although it's always a good sign, Yasser, when you've got your first Berlin after multiple rounds.
Right, that was good. Fabiano has been adopting, or trying to adopt, Benoni-type structures in his career over the last 18 months, 2 years, and he's lamented that players, when they're white, and he's tried to enter Benoni channels with them, have been very reluctant to do it. Here we see that his play is inviting a kind of a Benoni, as Alejandro was saying, with d5, d4, and it's very common to play this move, g2, g3. e2, e3 is really off the beaten track, but on the other hand, it kind of transposes back into like a Nimzo type of position, or even on certain moments an isolated queen pawn position that might occur after a d2, d4 with this move bishop b5. So white is definitely not giving up the opening advantage, so to speak.
Right. Fabiano's choice of opening is obviously something that he doesn't do normally, and it was interesting because he was in our studio the other day and he spoke about how playing his normal repertoire at the beginning did not really work out for him, so he kind of just wants to try out different stuff because in this format, time is really of the essence as well. And, you know, such kind of decisions can in many ways maybe throw off your opponent because you're going off the normal track.
Right.
And when things are not going your way, as they are in this tournament for Fabiano, it could be interesting that he's taken this path.
Absolutely. No, he needs to mix it up, and obviously from the tournament standings, nothing would be better for Fabi than a victory in this final game of our classical chess format. Tomorrow, of course, as we've mentioned, we'll be going to the Rapids, and then the day thereafter into the Blitz. Frankly, I'm looking forward to the Blitz a lot. I'll hold my guns. So bishop b5, and again, I'm sure this is very still theoretical channels. I'm going to hand it over to Alejandro to explain this little nuance, and can Fabi achieve an edge? Alejandro.
Well, guys, I was just trying to refresh my memory on some of the games that I was mentioning, and I thought this was really rare, and it seems that my intuition was right. I don't find any real examples of this in Grandmaster play. It seems like this specific way of playing hasn't really been essayed at top-level chess. It does resemble some kind of Nimzo Indian in some ways, a reverse Nimzo Indian in that. You already had the advantage of trading the c pawn for the e pawn. The bishop will come to b2 rather quick. So it seems that the variation definitely makes sense. We'll see how much advantage she's able to get from it, though. Let me refresh the board here. After bishop b5, we had the move knight f6 played, very natural. Bishop b2, castle, bishop d6, bishop b2. And now I believe that Anand is thinking. Now, the question is always going to be how to answer the d4 break, which will come at some point or another. White can't really do very much without playing d4 at some point. He could play for a hedgehog-style position with just d3, a3, but that's not ambitious at all. If he wants to play for an advantage, he will have to break. But after castles d4, even the idea of taking on d4, knight takes d4, bishop d7, might not be all that bad. You do play with an isolated type position, but it seems like black has coordinated rather well. He has all of his pieces outside of where the starting position. He'll play rook e8, he'll play rook c8. It seems that he has enough compensation for the permanent weakness that he's going to get on d5. In the other hand, this game is going to a very symmetrical channel. So you can see the pawn structure is exactly the same. The only slight advantage that you have is that perhaps white's knights are a little bit better placed. It's not much of an edge. This has been tried in a few Grandmaster, Super Grandmaster games, and they have all ended in a draw with one exception. Vladimir Kramnik with the black pieces actually defeated George Meyer from Germany. Hikaru has himself defended this several times, and if I'm looking at the database right here, I see that he very recently played this against Anand in February of this year, so definitely familiar with all of the defensive resources the black has. It's a very drawish variation, there's no other way to put it, so most of the action I expect will happen in the other game.
Thank you, Alejandro. Very drawish indeed. These symmetrical pawn structures are very hard to achieve anything in that particular game. And Hikaru has got his board looked on.
Because so like these two players are actually known for positions which are extremely dynamic.
Right.
And soon after the opening, we've got a position which is very difficult to imagine. How do you create some imbalance or chances in?
Exactly. And again, you're talking about two really active players, and somehow they've just somehow played an opening that they've got themselves into, which is really a very boring one. However, having said that, something creative just occurred in the game. It's not intuitively obvious that what Hikaru did. He played the move g7, g6. And I don't think that that's necessarily the first move you think of in these positions. And he followed it up by fianchettoing his knight. Alejandro was mentioning that the knight basically wasn't on the greatest of squares on f5, and this maneuver he's preparing to play bishop f5, and maybe on a good day his knight will go on e6.
e6 and f4, something.
But having said that, well, after knight g3, I'm not saying anybody has an advantage, but if you were to force me to choose, I think I would prefer white. Well, pardon me, I would prefer white in this position, just because I see that I'm a little bit faster on the e-file. I'm ready to meet the move bishop g4 with knight e5, and I'm also ready actually to play bishop h6. So,
in fact, Topalov has channeled the Yasser in him. He has gone for knight g3.
Well, these guys are really good. I mean, they're really good. So.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at this position and wondering if black can try to play the other knight now to f5.
Right. Okay. It's a decent move, no question about it. The knight on
Yasser.
Well, no, the knight on e7 isn't there. It's not really great. But after the move knight f5, the move I'm attracted to is bishop g5, perhaps.
Queen c7?
Oh, queen c7. I was trying to provoke you to weaken a little bit your kingside with
You want to be
f6.
careful with moves like f6, you know,
Always.
because once you push a pawn, you can never get it back, right?
That's Korchnoy's favorite expression.
And
Pawns
for
don't go
right
backwards.
reasons, because it kind of weakens your structure. So if you can avoid moves like that, it's probably more advisable.
And again, I'm trying to, squeeze a little bit blood from stone, trying to get a little bit of a square here or there. Probably it's too early to go for a game opening break with c3, c4, but white does have a slight extra step in terms of development. And when you do have an edge in development, you start thinking, how can I open the position? If it's going to be, a battle for squares, then maybe bishop f6 cozying in. And
I was thinking of the bishop f6 because I mean, that's a move you want to keep in mind, of course. So I was thinking if I could take on g3 and
then
try
to trade.
And push trade the bishop. I don't know. Bishop,
would you like to trade? I think
because bishop f5 would probably run into.
Well, there's no refutation.
Right.
But I was
also thinking of pushing your bishop away.
With knight h5 or something like that?
Yes, or something like that, yes.
And again, we're talking, because of the structure, we're talking about a smidgen of an advantage. Let's go back to our other hopeful game of greater interest. We do have a classical isolated queen-pawn position on the board. Knight takes d4 has just been played, and I believe it's Vichy to play. This is the position that Alejandro and was suggesting bishop d7. Normally when I'm playing with the isolated queen pawn, I'm looking for more active moves than bishop d7. Bishop d7 is a fine move, no question about it. And Vishy did play the move that I would rather like to play. And again, I'm looking for activities, active play. I'm looking for opportunity to seize the initiative. And a move like bishop g4 kind of comports with all the things that I would like to do when I have an isolated queen pawn. Having said that, when you're playing against the isolated queen pawn, you rather like to trade minor pieces. So a move like bishop b5 to e2, offering a trade, long term, it's in white's interest.
Right. No, it's going to be interesting to see this game because, I mean, it's obvious that if white had to play for any advantage, he has to play d4 and get this isolated queen's pawn.
Exactly.
It's the only plan. And I agree with you, Yasser. Bishop g4 does look interesting, and white probably will go bishop e2. And the question is then what? Do you want to trade off the bishop, or do you want to come back with it?
Well, it's not a question of that I want to. It's a kind of a question that I may simply not have a better choice. I don't want to, like, for example, play bishop e6. It's not a bad choice. It just doesn't comport with the position. I don't think the bishop is particularly good here. On the other hand, what's kind of nice from black's point of view is that after the trade, he can bring his rook to c8, and because he's fast, I'm not exactly sure why he's faster than in normal cases. Because black is fast, I think he's doing just fine in this position. And I'll just look to Alejandro for confirmation that Vishy has handled his opening well.
The computers are happy with the way that Vishy has played so far. Bishop d7 was definitely the top choice in my computer, also looking at queen c7 and even the cunning bishop c7. But bishop g4, they say it's also okay. It's not as good as perhaps the other moves the computers say, perhaps a slight inaccuracy. They do like bishop e2. Taking on e2 seems to be the most natural thing in this position. I can't imagine not taking on e2 after playing bishop g4. But they start saying that after queen takes e2, well, maybe there's a little bit of pressure. The knight will come to f3 very quickly. And let's remember, one of the things I don't like about bishop g4 is that when you're playing with the isolated pawn, especially any kind of permanent structural weakness, you really want to avoid trades. And even though the bishop on d7 wasn't great, it does seem to me that keeping more tension on the board couldn't have been a bad thing for Vishy, whereas I don't understand fully why there is an advantage of taking away the light square bishops from both players, especially considering that in this specific structure, white has already blockaded on d4, which means this knight on d4 has the potential to go on f5, which coupled with the bishop on b2 might put very strong pressure on the king side. No, there is no immediate threat of it. No, it's not going to be devastating in the next couple of moves. But imagine that if I force you after knight f5 to trade your dark square for my dark square bishop, then I am encouraging more and more trades until eventually you reach an endgame in which the pawn of d5 is true weakness. So I'm a little bit concerned about this. In the long term, I would rather not trade the bishops. So even though bishop g4 looked very aggressive, it wasn't my top choice. Fabiano has not decided to play bishop e2 just yet, but I don't see any way to play for black that would be not trading the bishops. On the other game, I found it really funny that you guys were trying to avoid playing f6, and Hikaru was like, actually I'm going to volunteer and go ahead and play f6. And I guess he's just trying to cover a lot of positions here on the 4th rank. It reminds me of the way the hedgehog system is set up, a system that's called because thanks to the spiky pawns here, you're not allowed to actually penetrate anywhere on the 5th rank for white, which means that he is trying to look for some way of attacking, but it's not so easy to do so thanks to the shield, if you will, of these pawns. Topalov played bishop h6, after which Hikaru very quickly replied with the move rook e8. As you said, both of you, white is up a tempo or two, so he has the possibility of creating some pressure and some attack, but it's not so clear just yet how. Black's extremely solid. He's going to be looking into trading some pieces with, for example, knight f5. I expect that maybe to prevent knight f5, you go knight h4, but it's not like the knight is having a great time on h4 either. It might be thinking of sacrificing itself on g6, but nothing like that works just now. Hikaru is in the defensive, but still has an extremely solid situation that he can try to hold on to.
Thank you, Alejandro. Everything's going well. again, because of that extra half step, I feel that Veselin does have in this position. I'm really eager to open up the position, to give the pieces more free rein, so to speak. And Knight H4, I kind of would like to see Knight H4 as a kind of a response to a move like Bishop G4. So I'm trying C4 as a way to, how do you say, spice things up.
I'm just thinking, like, after a move like C4, if you have to think of the best way Black should react in this position, to take on C4 and then to put your knight on D5 is one thing, or to just let it be. Let it be.
Takes.
And something like knight D5.
And then, okay, now...
You want to go knight E4?
I think I want to first trade. If you recapture with the queen, you could recapture with the knight as well.
You've got rook E1.
Then I've got the open E-file, and I've got ideas of at least putting some pressure on the black position with queen B3, knight E4. I'm not saying it's an edge or anything serious, but White's going to have to imbalance the game. You might say call C3, C4 positionally risky move, but somehow I think it fits. If you don't do anything, then Black's just going to put a piece on F5 one day and trade, and it's going to be a draw.
we did have a move from Topalov, from Veselin. He went for knight H4, and Hikaru, decided to take on G3.
Right. Well, I think we're setting up for a sacrifice, but before that happens...
We've got a special guest with Alejandro.
Well, thank you guys. I'm here with Dr. George Dean. Thanks for joining us here in the show. You're one of the top chess collectors in the entire world. Tell us a little bit about that.
We've been collecting sets for 55 years.
That's really amazing. I hear you have over 1,000 on your collection.
Yes, we do. From close to 100 countries.
100. That is really, really amazing. Now, tell us a little bit, what got you into this?
We took a trip to the Middle East, and my wife fell in love with a chess set, which we purchased, and then we decided that every time we would visit a country, we would buy a chess set to commemorate that trip.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing. As we see some of the chess sets here on screen that you have an exhibition across the street at the World Chess Hall of Fame. That's how it feels to be exhibited over there in this fantastic museum.
It's an honor and a pleasure to share our sets with the rest of the world.
And you were giving also a talk here about them. We see the exhibition name Animal, Vegetable, and Mineral.
Right.
How many sets do you have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame?
35.
35, that's really, really impressive. Now, I'm being told that you are a family practice doctor.
I am.
Is there a relationship between your interest in families and communities and your collecting of chess sets?
Yes, there is. I belong to the American Academy of Family Physicians, which is an organization of 120,000 family doctors. They're located here in Missouri, and we have a meeting in the United States every year in a city, and we have lectures and technological exhibits and a business meeting. And that was so successful, I thought we could translate that paradigm to collecting chess sets. So we had friends all over the world that collected chess sets. I sent a letter to them saying, let's meet in Florida in 1984 and share our interest in collecting sets. And we formed an organization called Chess Collectors International. I was elected president, and that organization now has met all over the world, and we have stimulated academic research into the game of chess, the history of chess, and chess sets as an art form.
What an absolutely amazing endeavor. Back 1984, this has been going on for quite a while.
30 years, over 30 years.
That's really amazing.
We have hundreds of members all over the world.
All over the world. I can't even imagine the history that you've uncovered about chess.
And we have collaborated with the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris.
Wow, simply an amazing reach that you're having with this program. And, well, actually, we're the ones that should be honored to have your chess sets here in St. Louis as well. It comes with excellent timing here with the showdown.
I am honored to have those sets exhibited. I believe in sharing beautiful things with the population to give them a chance to enjoy them.
And we've absolutely been blown away by the exhibit that we have across the street. I think that every single person in this tournament and the commentators have taken their time to admire the constant exhibits that we have there, and, well, definitely some of them more impressive than others.
Well, I want to thank Jeannie and Rex Singfeld for their support and their contribution to making chess and chess sets so important in America and the world.
It's been a work of many people, but definitely thanks for Rex and Jeannie for, well, a lot of the opportunities that we have here in St. Louis. And thank you for joining us here in the studio and for your passion for collecting.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
and
so
great
amazing
exhibition.
Story. I would love to see a book written by them about the history that they've uncovered of chess and that this entire journey that they've had collecting all these chess board and pieces.
Right.
And yes, I believe you yourself are a collector of...
Oh, definitely. I have a lot of, I love the wooden luxury chess sets, many of which are made by your countrymen,
what can I say? We're a bunch of talented people.
Exactly. And chess, of course, originating in India. They've been doing it for 1,400 years. And there's some really, really, really beautiful. I like the professional as opposed to the ornamental sets, which are also very beautiful, but I like the actual, to use them. I want to play. But I love the heavy-weighted ebonies and rosewoods and luxury woods sets. And, well, I just think of them as a work of art, just as Dr. George Dean does.
It is like collecting art. And we have got an update from Grandmaster Cristian about what's going on in New York.
Yes, thank you, guys. We are back with some quick updates. The character of the position has changed dramatically. In this position, black played c6, defending the b5 pawn. White immediately exchanged the queens. Black cannot take with the rook from e8 because the e5 pawn is hanging, so he took with the rook from c8. But this, the rook is now no longer on c8. The pawn on c6 it will no longer be defended. A takes b5, a takes b5. Knight to e2. White is trying to reroute his knight, maybe c1 to d3, as well as put some pressure on the e5 pawn. If black takes on e4, the white takes on e5, and now the c6 pawn will be in big trouble. So instead of that, Carlsen decided to defend his e5 pawn. No, excuse me, that was my bad. Black played bishop b4. Bishop to c3, bishop takes c3, knight takes c3, knight went back to d7, rook to a6, rook infiltrates into black's position attacking the c6 pawn, rook to e8, to c8, and now white played the move b4, in which black could have played simply c5, opening the c file, and after knight takes b5, c takes b4, knight d6, attacking both rooks. Black had this move, rook e6, pinning the knight, and after knight c8, rook takes a6. This would have been an easy draw, probably even better for black. Instead of this, Magnus played this strange rook move, rook to e6, and now white played rook b1, putting some more potential pressure on the b file. Magnus is thinking, what will he play? I believe c5 should be the right continuation, leading to a fairly drawish position. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian, for that update. Gary, your take on what's going on in New York?
As expected, as Kraken tried to sort of avoid middle game complications. He simplified the position, went for endgame, but Magnus had a comfortable position, and bishop before was a good move, so he just forced the exchange. But then I'm
you were critical
that he
didn't play c5 right away.
Rook e6, I mean c5 is is so natural because black cannot
just wait and hold.
Cannot wait and hold because eventually white knight will go on e1, d3, and white rook is active on a6.
Right.
So by playing c5, black so kills two birds. So this
activates
is
his rook.
Absolutely,
gets rid of a weakness.
Absolutely, and also potential attack. Pawn on c2. I think white can hold, but it could be stepping. It's probably slight edge, so white had to be very careful. Now after rook e6, rook b1. I think Magnus is not happy because he just realized that he did something wrong, and he's thinking about about other options. But I don't see anything but c5 because if he doesn't do it, if he gives white more time to to rebuild its position by playing knight e1, potentially f3, protecting pawn on e4, then knight goes on d3, then black could be in trouble. Exactly. So I think it might it'll end up with drawish. Continuation after c5, but now black will have to play c5 and accepting an exchange on e6 and doubling the pawn.
Where does that go? I'm looking at the game in our showdown with sorry, we're going to go back for breaking news on the World Championship.
Another quick update. As expected, black played the move c5, rook takes e6, f takes e6, knight takes b5, c takes b4. Everything is forced. A lot of simplifications. Rook takes b4, rook takes c2, knight d6. The knight inches closer and closer to the black king, but now black played rook c1, king h2, rook c2, attacking the f2 pawn, and white didn't find any alternative but to go back to g1, rook c1, king h2, rook c2, and the players shook hands for a draw. Back to you guys.
Wow.
Came
okay.
to that
went fast. Okay, well, turning our attention just a moment because I have this great story to share in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Viswanathan Anand. There was a trade on e2 in a position like this. Gary, I was a commentator for a match that you had played, I believe, against Deep Jr. in a similar type of situation. We were blown away by the bishop sacrifice. Bishop takes h2 check. Do you remember? And what a shocking game that was. No. It ended up being a draw, but it was an unbelievable sacrifice.
You think that?
So I was I had this deja vu moment of, but I forget there's no light square bishop, and in this case, after knight g4, obviously I don't go back to g1. I don't go up to g3.
You go on h3.
I go to h3, and then it just simply doesn't work because there's no discover check, because there's no light square bishop.
Well, after queen d7, you just simply play king g3 now.
Right, and you take a little stroll, but it's not fatal or dangerous, and it is a piece. Yeah. It looks. It doesn't work, but it was a little deja vu going on there for me. Let me just go. Okay, this is
Berlin.
Boring. This is boring. Or you see something?
Quite a slightly better. So bishop takes g7.
Bishop takes g7 looks.
So what?
Well, I can't take on h4. e8 is hanging. f6 is hanging. So I guess I have to play knight takes g7. Yeah. You want to sacrifice. I want to sacrifice. I want to sacrifice. I mean, come on.
But this then exchange and queen f8. No, knight on g7 is
a good defensive piece.
No,
yes.
No,
just to share with our viewers what we were.
Queen takes g6, rook takes e1. Rook takes e1, queen f8.
Everybody loves the initiative, but queen f8 looks like it's just it's 2 pawns. It's nothing.
Yes, bishop d7, rook e, so that's the.
Okay, it's too fanciful. While you're studying, Alejandro, what does the computer suggest?
Well, it seems that Gary's intuition that white is better might be a little bit correct, but not after bishop takes g7. I think that move relinquishes the initiative, but Topalov found a very interesting move here, queen d2, and I'm having a little bit of trouble finding black's next move. If you take on h4, then after pawn takes h4, at the very least I can say that you have some weaknesses and I have the pair of bishops. It seems that white could put some pressure on black's position. On the other hand, if you take on h6, and I'm allowed to take on h6, then suddenly the sacrifices on the g6 square become extremely real. knight takes g6, pawn takes g6, bishop takes g6 will be allowing a queen h7 in the next move. This looks like it's too much. You cannot really allow this to happen. So after queen d2, I'm feeling a little bit of a loss for Nakamura's position here. Perhaps he should just develop the bishop to e6, but that means that white gets to keep all of the pieces that he has on this side of the board, perhaps creating some pressure. Queen d2 was just put in this position. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana has come up with a kind of unusual way of playing this situation. We left off the game here after rook e8 instead of the sacrifice bishop takes h2 you had mentioned, Yasser. Knight d2 was kind of blitzed out and quickly, and then had no problems with simplifying the position after bishop e5. I had mentioned that in certain positions I was scared of trading too many pieces, but with these two powerful knights in the center, it seems like white doesn't have much to do. For example, if knight d4 going back, then after knight e4 or some other move, it seems that the weakness on c3 and the powerful positioning of the knights in the center gives black enough compensation for the long-term weakness on d5. Instead, Caruana decided to put the knight on f3 immediately, challenging this knight on e5. Now, if these two are traded, it does seem that black would be just slightly worse, but instead of that, knight takes f3 was of course played, shattering the structure on the king side, but Caruana decided it was more important to get rid of the powerful knights and not allow access to the e4 square than it was to than the importance of the structure on the king side. Your take on it, Gary?
Yeah.
Oh,
quite an interesting.
It's. I don't think white is in any risk because black has no resources to organize any serious attack, and white king goes on g2. So what is important at white now? I should probably put queen on d4 eventually. So there's this potential queen goes on d4, king on g2, knight may go on g3, and then rook on c1. So you never know. So this is. I think that is this with this kind of weakness you shouldn't it shouldn't be too difficult for black to hold. It was a natural decision for Fabiano just to
eliminate the knight.
To eliminate the knights and just at least to keep some game going, because as Alejandro pointed out, after knight d4, knight goes on e4, and it's very dry. The position is this is maybe a little bit spicier now.
Okay.
Though I think that's black normally holds the position even if white pawn is on g2. Now with pawn f3 there are just extra opportunities for black just to create some threats. Though of course pawn on f3 protects e4 square, which is normally occupied by black knight in this structure.
Right.
And again, creating threats on the king side looks a bit
optimistic.
I don't know, just rook e5, but it's okay if you want to be.
And I like what you said. Put the queen on d4. Is there a dominating position there? Hard to organize.
Rook g5 check. Okay, I'm trying to.
Right.
But maybe
you suggested all the moves for me already, so I'm going to follow your advice.
Queen d7 now.
Yeah, you're playing against yourself. I just want to say.
So,
okay, so you're eyeballing h3. You got. Okay.
G2, yes.
Right. Another question is if you misplaced your rook.
No, I know. For me, I just wanted to illustrate that the straightforward attack doesn't bring any immediate benefits for black and white. Consolidate position on the king side, and then in the center, the queen is well located, and then you
mentioned that the rook would come to c-file,
and then while black rook is just is taking sort of adventurous vacation on the king side, then maybe c-file will be used. I think Visha will start playing positionally. I think he'll just be looking for endgame, exchanging rooks.
You mean rook c8?
I think I'm a rook c8, queen d4.
Right.
Queen d4, maybe b6 here.
Maybe queen a5 is a little optimistic.
Queen a5, but queen a5. Maybe queen a5, yes. Maybe queen a5 as well. So and after knight g3, you can go probably queen c3.
Yes, that was the intent.
Knight on the pawn a7 is hanging.
Pardon me.
Now knight g3, you can go rook c2. Yeah.
Queen c5.
The queen c5, yes. That's
your queen is and
same story. Yes.
There is fi squared, but okay.
That's what I think.
You're kind of expecting that.
That's my expectation that Vishu will play very solidly.
Let's see if we've got more juice going on in the Nakamura versus Veselin Topalov game.
He played quickly. Yes, g5 he played here.
Well, after the move queen d2, Alejandro was saying not so easy for black to find moves. g5 is kind of a demonstration of that. It's not a move that you really want to play, but he played g5. Rook takes, queen takes, and now, is it sacrifice time, or we just go bishop g7? Tanya?
Yeah, this position has escalated.
Our panel was stumped.
This position has escalated quite a bit for Berlin.
What about rook e1 first?
Okay. I always, everybody should make that a crucial part of their game. Learning to develop your pieces with a gain of tempo.
Also, where attack the queen.
Rook e1.
So queen can go f7 or h5.
Right. f7 or h5. Well, let's just see, throw caution to the wind for a moment. And what is queen h5?
Take on g7?
Yes, I will. I'm still forced to recapture in an awkward way, right?
Yeah. And now I think we have to
decide.
We have to go back. Knight f3?
Knight f3.
Knight f3. Well, I'm a little bit worried about the rook coming through.
Then we go.
You enter.
Yes, yes. That's exactly what we do.
Yes. And I regret having played queen h5. So probably from the start with rook e1, I would have to go queen f7. Alejandro, jump in.
What about queen f7? What about bishop takes g5 now?
Well, guys, both of your candidate moves actually lose. So neither queen f7 or queen h5 are playable. Rook e1 is on the board, but let me explain real quick how this works. First of all, queen h5 loses to knight takes f5. Now, you would like to take on f5 with the knight. If you take with the bishop, then simply bishop takes g7, bishop takes d3, bishop takes f6 wins. That's very clear. But if you take on f5 here, then simply g4. If you take here on g4, you're losing control over the e8 square. You might as well take a bishop to do that. But after rook e8 check, king f7, then simply defending the rook with the queen. Clearly, you have no coordination whatsoever. You're getting mated down this file. Now, as far as queen f7 goes, again, the same refutation more or less. Knight takes f5. We already know that you cannot really take on f5 because, for example, this nets at least a pawn for the white side. So you have to take with the knight here in this position. But again, a very similar scenario now in this position is that you finally can exploit the fact that g5 is more or less hanging, and easily enough to calculate after this, knight g7 is met with queen d8, while queen g7 is again met with queen d8, and all of black's pieces are hanging basically. Hikaru very quickly put the queen on d8, but I want to demonstrate what the computer is saying is bad for black in this position. Again, the same idea that we've been looking at, knight takes f5, you have to take again with the knight, and then this really powerful idea, I believe. Now, you would like to play f4 and open up some positions here, but then after g4, your bishop is completely stuck. For this reason, you start with the move g4 first. Now, the bishop, it doesn't matter where it goes, even if it takes the pawn. I exploit your position here on the king side with f4, opening up certain difficulties here on your dark squares. And notice that there are opposite color bishops, something that's very drawish in endgames. But while there is an initiative, the side with the initiative will always be favored in opposite color bishop situations. So there's still some danger for Hikaru. I'm not saying that this is losing by any means, but definitely it would be Topalov that has the better chances in this position.
Thanks, Alejandro. I really like this idea of f4. Yeah, g4 followed by f4.
Good chess.
Yeah, this, you know, it's this. That tells you that even in Berlin, you know, there's plenty of fights. That I always say that, you know, the outcome and even the character of the game depends very much on the spirit of the players. So this is, you want to fight, you'll fight. So that's and if you are, you know, in a peaceful
Hikaru
mood,
and
you know,
Veselin are definitely fighters.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's why.
Gary, I have a question for you. So in this tournament, you know, we've got the 3 different time controls, which is classical, blitz, and rapid. Out of the 4 players here, who do you think is? Which one is whose strength?
If we had to cross the ratings, you know, the separate ratings, so it's clearly, you know, Hikaru should benefit from the faster time controls, though he's doing fairly well so far in this, you know, light classic.
Light classic.
Light classic, yes. Now, Fabiano is the opposite, so he normally does better with classical chess, and he gets sort of less convincing, you know, with less time on his clock. But now, you know, in this time control, so he's struggling. So Topalov and Anand, they are much older, so that's almost my generation. So yes, That's why again, I think it's normally it's more difficult for them to play faster time control. So if Hikaru survives this game against Topalov, then I think he's clearly favorite to win the tournament. Yeah, because it's
what's
faster
coming
time
up with the
control.
Blitz.
Yes, but again, Vish is also pretty good. Just despite his age, so he's
well, he's been a phenomenal natural player.
Exactly, and he's a very natural player. And
by the way, the players have reached the position where Veselin Topalov has that interesting opportunity to essay the move G4, followed by F4. And he's the type of player that he'll go for it.
Look, it's the reason I think he must go for G4, because otherwise he would have taken on G7. So it's since
a moment ago.
Exactly, yeah. He in this position. If you don't see G4 F4, you will take on G7 here.
Right.
So and it will be probably still slightly better for White.
Right.
I would say, but exchanging, I mean, this bishop.
He's definitely has this in mind, especially
you
because the bishop on H6.
You have to see the idea that that turns this bishop, which now potentially is in danger, being cut, into sort of magnifying force next to the black king.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm a bit surprised she's still thinking.
By the way, you gave a great compliment to Veselin Topalov. After your retirement, he became world champion from the San Luis event, where he went like +6 against a phenomenal field in, pardon to say it, Kasparov style. But you gave him a great compliment that the dynamic chess, the chess that you were characterized for, he was carrying the torch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Topalov is a natural fighter, so it's the and even if he's not in good shape, so you always expect him to fight. That's in his blood. So and that's very important, because again, I think that's the chess in history always suffered, from lack of fighting spirit, not, from lack of opportunity.
That was where Michael Tal was such a breath of fresh air.
Absolutely,
right?
yes. So and now we will see, Topalov in his 40s, he's still young.
Yeah.
So he's always looking for an opportunity to complicate games, sort of chess, and he doesn't mind. He knows he can go up and down. He can win, he can lose. But it's important that when Topalov is in the tournament, this is always fun.
Yeah, he's bringing it. And let's see what has happened.
He's played Queen E2. He did not go for G4,
which is very odd.
Well, I mean, he's still having it in mind, but it seemed like G4 was the opportune moment. I fear that in such positions, if you lose a tempo here, you lose a tempo there, you lose the advantage.
That's the.
Alejandro, what do you think of this move, Queen E2?
Well, the computers are thinking that it's just as good as G4.
Really?
And yeah, the reason is that you're absolutely compelled to defend the E-file with King F7 at this point. So you can always play G4 and F4 in the next move. Then the computers are very resourceful, and even though I think from a practical point of view, defending against G4, it would have been much more difficult over the board. They think that there were defensive resources, so they're not that impressed with the move G4. After Queen E2, Hikaru basically banged out King F7. He's playing at an incredible speed, hasn't even reached 10 minutes on the clock yet. And I expect here, now you actually do have to play G4 here.
To rescue your bishop.
To rescue the bishop, yeah. G4 has to be played, I don't see anything else. The bishop doesn't have any other squares, but to D7, it must retain the defense of E6, of course, and there's no reason to bury the rook on A8, so bishop D7 must be the only move. And then, of course, you continue with F4. Here you have no choice but to take this pawn, unlike the other variations where you could have at least let white take on G5 and maybe follow up with F5. Here you must take this pawn off the board. No immediate threats here. There's no tricks or anything. You might as well take the pawn back. And as we've been saying, white retains an initiative. You can see that the rook and the queen can coordinate against the king side much easier than black can, but it's still not lethal by any means. I see that Topalov has played the move G4.
So what happens after F4, King G6? What
yes,
is going
I wanted
on?
to ask the dumb question as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tanya. I was about to ask the dumb
taking
question.
the hit?
Yes, exactly. Here we go. You're my wingman.
Well,
King G6.
King G6 in this position?
Yes.
It looks...
After F4.
It looks like you have to be getting mated somehow. Let me try to figure out
how.
how.
You want to go queen e7, queen f7?
No, you take on
take on
queen
e5.
Take on g5. It's easy.
Take
on
queen
g5. Take
right?
on g5. Queen e5.
Queen e5.
Queen e5. King h6. Queen d6 check.
Well, that's easier and easier. Yeah, queen d6 check.
Right, and then rook e7.
Nice.
Yeah, that's easiest. Pawn takes is the easiest. It's actually not the only way to win, but pawn takes and queen e5.
You stay here, okay? you just stay here. You're my tactical checker.
After queen e5, you got to play queen f6, yes?
Yes. Actually, no, that still loses, I think.
Yeah, it's still yes.
Takes queen e5, queen f6. Then yes, this nice idea is just completely winning.
Queen h2.
Missing anything. Yeah, queen h2. Sorry, my engine died for a little bit, but queen h2 seems to be lethal.
G4.
Bishop takes g4 and then rook e5. I think is just
yes.
completely winning. Bishop f5 is fourth, and then again
And then
the
g4.
other.
G4 is
The extra G pawn, very important. Very, very sweet line. My goodness. Wow.
That
very
might
nice.
that might happen in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
Might happen in the game.
That's
Because,
the thing of beauty.
Let's see that. This is g4. Did Hikaru play bishop d7? Yes, he played bishop d7,
was
and now
played.
Veselin's thinking he should calculate f4 king g6 because
But
if it doesn't work,
you lose a piece.
Yeah, he has to see queen h2
Yeah.
and rook e5 and g4 because otherwise, I don't know. Otherwise he's in trouble.
But it almost seems like f4 is forced because otherwise, how are you even getting that bishop out of f6?
Exactly.
If not f4.
Right.
No, I agree. That's f4 now, but now king g6 and. I don't know. I think Hikaru. I mean, queen h2 is just quite a
Queen
move.
e5, yeah.
Queen e5. No, that's easy. But queen f6, queen h2 here.
Yes.
It's
Threatening maiden.
no, but bishop g4, rook e5. I mean, yes.
All of these moves have a great flow.
It's every move creates a threat, but it's you say it's they're slightly kind of incoherent when you look at the rhythm of the attack. It's you go this way and so it's quite difficult actually for machine is easy because machine doesn't care. It's all about geometry. So for humans it's a broken geometry.
You
exactly
played
because
in the center.
No, but it's
then you're coming back to the wing.
One of the most difficult moments when you attack to find a move that goes back.
Yeah.
Because this is psychologically, you are on attack. So this is just to find a move queen h2. I mean, this is
there's a wall in your mind which
exactly absolutely. You always look at queen c7. So there's psychologically you'll be looking for something. So to go queen e5, queen h2. I mean, that's the. It's a major challenge, psychological challenge. It could be kind of a stumbling block. So especially then you have to find a move rook e5 and g4. So also, you play with all different pieces.
Right.
Queen, rook, pawn. So that's also create anybody who's now had just look at the position having a computer just under his or her elbow.
Yes.
It's easy. Oh, it's elementary.
So easy.
But this is to find moves backward and also to move different pieces during the combination.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you see that the board and the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
I remember in a GMA tournament where it was Michael Tal versus Jonathan Spielman, and Tal had tripled major pieces along the e file, and everything was concentrated on e7, and suddenly Tal made this wing move. It went like queen e3 all the way over to a3, and it was this everything was focused over here, and then there was this move all the way to the side. It's kind of this queen e5 h2 move. It made an incredibly strong impression on me because I was thinking to myself, I don't think like that. I mean, I'm so focused.
It's about seeing the big picture. So
yes.
that's what and playing in a whole board because that's what makes a great difference between weak players, strong players, and strong players and very strong players.
Yeah.
So it's psychologically something happening. You're attacking and your opponent is defending, or other way around. You concentrate on the part of the board when it's happening.
Right.
But there's 64 squares. Sometimes
you need to use them.
There's a square that you're not looking at.
dramatic effect. So and that's the greatest challenge.
But Gary, I think the one point you
F4.
mentioned, which is so important, that people sitting at home or players sitting at home with an engine can easily
F4.
find this line. But it's impossible to understand how hard it is to find this over the board.
Yeah, but this is a it's also another challenge for leading players these days, because when say I played world champions with Karpov, imagine one of us makes a mistake, but then you have
the move, King G6.
King G6, exactly. Okay.
Oh my God, it has happened.
Did I say it?
It's happened.
So and Topalov has no choice but to find it or to lose.
Exactly.
Right.
Both players are on a type.
Actually,
Right.
yeah. That's
Sorry, continue. You were saying
but this is,
Karpov. So you think...
No, it's this. It's you.
But then there's
Let's
50
say
grandmasters.
we make a mistake, and then you have all the grandmasters sitting in the press center,
Right.
and they understand it's a mistake, but they say, oh, maybe we don't see something. So there's all kind of doubts.
Right.
We have had FG5, Queen E5 on. We
the
have our
board.
position
And now
on the
Topalov
board.
might have played Queen X7 on Bishop G7 check if he doesn't see Queen H2,
Oh God.
and Queen F6, Bishop G7, trying to force a draw.
I think Topalov is going to find it.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
We
How much
believe
time
in
do you have?
Veselin.
The times
Well,
is 50.
I think he has to.
He has
not-
19 minutes.
I think it's more important he's not tempted by Bishop takes G5.
And this is
You mean immediately?
Okay, that's another way
Okay.
to make a draw.
Right.
Yes,
Now,
you're right. Because,
I think, okay, I mean, kudos to Veselin, he finds Queen H2.
Yes.
That's
This would be a draw.
But now again, it was a reverse situation 30, 40, 20 years ago, when everyone believed that even if his mistake is made, maybe we're not good enough to understand great minds. So this
Right.
yeah. So now it's exactly the opposite. Everybody's laughing. Look,
So easy.
Caruana blundered, Magnus made a mistake, and everybody knows everything.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
but we just have to remember, it's nothing has changed for those who are playing, and just making the moves and pushing
Right.
the clock.
Right.
So they're still there, with an opponent with 64 squares and
Right.
whatever number of pieces left on the board, and it's psychological pressure is even probably bigger, because they sometimes you think, maybe I don't see something, and everybody's laughing at me now.
Right.
You have thousands of people laughing at me because everybody knows that Topalov can win now in 3 moves.
Yeah.
Right.
And Topalov is still thinking.
Yeah.
What's he thinking?
But I think at this point, now that we actually got to this position, perhaps
Queen
seeing
F6.
it from before Queen H2 is not so easy, but now if you consider some candidate moves, it seems like it's right there, right? It's right in front of him.
He doesn't see it.
You don't think he's seen it? Oh, I believe in Veselin. I'm sure he's seen it by now.
Boy,
No, I know
Look
that
at
face.
him.
the marketplace is getting
He's
interesting here, but
calculating it.
I think he'll see it.
Yes, I think
Okay,
so.
again, kudos. So that's that
Yeah,
would
that
be
would
great.
be
That's
amazing.
that would be a big game.
It's a beautiful
I think he
hidden
does,
If
Gary.
he finds it, that would be really, really beautiful.
a beautiful hidden tactic. And again, just like you're saying, everybody on social media, I can't understand why he's thinking so long. Queen H2 is winning. He's
Yeah.
a weak player. It's like,
Yeah,
what?
This is the
Yeah,
I think generally the appreciation of moves have gone down now because of the computers.
because of the computer, yes.
It's going to be interesting to see.
Okay, he definitely, he sees the draw. Bishop takes G5. He
Yes.
sees it.
Okay.
So,
So
but
he
now we just, it's okay.
Let's just double check if there's more in the position than the draw.
Because he
after
can
Bishop
think
E5.
for a while, because even if the time goes down, he's always got that option. So he's going to take his time, I think, in this position to find
Right.
something more.
No, yes, Bishop G5 is a clear draw because you
Yes.
just trade the queens. And-
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the game.
Right.
So Queen H2 is definitely the only move to
Yeah,
win
it's
in
either
this
Queen
position.
H2 or it's draw.
Yes.
I think he'll take it.
No, he'll play Queen H2. He'll play Queen
I'm afraid
H2.
he'll take on G5.
No, I smell $20.
I'm afraid so,
my way.
because it'll be spoiled. Otherwise, great. So if he finds Queen H2.
So let's just have a look at the line.
By the way,
again
I
after
think
Queen H2.
Nakamura sees it now. Look at his body language. I think he feels. I mean, he's a great tactical player. So I think he feels that there's something there. Maybe
He's got Queen H2. He's done it.
Come on. No faith in Veselin. Bravo. No faith.
Happened.
Bravo. It's probably even the way that Nakamura was sitting there, because he suddenly lost his confidence.
And
Maybe
look,
that's helped.
look at Hikaru.
That's
Hikaru
that's
without his
helped. That's
confidence,
helped.
He sees
Bravo.
immediately Bishop G4, Rook E5. He sees it
I think
instantly
he
now.
saw it already.
No, he already
Yeah.
saw it. He's
saw
now
it. He saw
more
it, he saw
expressive
it.
now that he played Queen H2.
Now he's played Queen H2.
He saw it. Yes.
Yes.
Bravo, Veselin. No, that's the. I have to. eat my words. So that I had doubts,
Well, you did find this variation, and now, Bishop G4. I have no doubts that he's found G4. Of course, he's seen that.
I think at that point,
Bishop G4, Rook E5.
No. Then it's no. If you find Queen H2,
you found everything.
Exactly. That's
right.
And now it's completely losing. Hikaru's thinking, but actually the only move that doesn't.
Now the question is that what we have to ask Veselin when he comes back. At what point he saw Queen H2? So this is. Yeah, it's interesting.
When he played the move Queen E2, had he anticipated the Queen would end up on H2?
Because it could be that he went for this line looking at Bishop G5 first as a backup.
That's a safety ball. Yep.
And then after Queen E5, he found this idea. So it's going to be interesting to see how far he saw it.
Absolutely. Wow. Gary, you were just mentioning this whole story of you and Karpov games, and one of the mistakes.
Could be other games, Kramnik, Anand. So.
But do you think that's one of that? There's many pluses, many negatives. Do you think that's one of the negatives of the computer, in the sense that the mystery is lost a bit because everybody can jump on you and say, "You should have taken the pawn."
It's like a coin. There are two sides. So this is the mystery has gone. So there's no more, great minds, that could see something we are, mortals don't see. So that's a good side. That's a bad side. So the good side is that, you have so many people that can follow the game without sort of staying in darkness. So that they can understand what's going on. So, and it's up to us to actually capitalize on it. So this is we have to find a way to make sure that
that's our challenge.
That this is our challenge, because it's the first time we can bring in a massive crowd without worrying that these people they don't understand it. So because before it was the problem was so how can you explain it's so complicated? You don't have to. So any player is 1200 rated player. So having a computer could understand just
the chess engine is gauging the move.
Exactly.
And
Absolutely. So
Mercury rising or falling.
So I think it's a challenge for us, challenge for the organizers, challenge for commentators, challenge for the chess community, so professional chess community, to make sure that we use this technology, this all-powerful technology, to the advantage of our game.
Kai, talking about that, we had a lot of call-ins asking us about this computer and chess now. How would you advise less advanced players and club-level players to use this computer that they have available to themselves to improve their game?
Now, you have to sort of be more precise in just defining the question, because I want to say, what about the strengths of the players? Because it's quite vague, So are you talking about 1,200, 1,500 players?
Around 2,000.
1,800, 2,000, so 2,500.
Around 2,000, because yes.
I think again, it's the machine for this kind of players. Machine offers more advantages than disadvantages, because you can learn a lot. So you can do a lot of practicing. You can just you can move on. But it's not only in openings but also in endgame. So you can understand the nature of the game much better. Now the challenge is, and stronger you are, the more challenging is this factor, is that you start thinking like a machine. So this is this biggest challenge for strong young players, and we do a lot of work with them. So, and I know sometimes, they're totally paralyzed by the machine. So I always said that was one of the biggest competitive advantages of Magnus over his peers. That's he always looked, and when I worked with him, I remember it was quite amazing, 2009. 7 years ago.
Long ago.
Yeah, but still, he looked at the machine as a kind of, not a calculator, but something just to confirm his assessment, not just to look for advice. Yeah. So it's the danger is that, you start looking for machine as sort of an ultimate source of wisdom. So ignoring, your own strengths, your own human factor. So as long as you can find a balance, machines could be extremely beneficial, because again, you can learn more about chess by just playing with a machine that Bobby Fischer, could learn through his entire professional chess career.
Right, like confirm your strength, like try to come up with lines and variations yourself, and then check them with the machine.
I think there's the wrong assessment of the man-machine cooperation. Many people think there's no room for creativity. Again, to the contrary, there could be plenty of room for creativity because now you can, look for quality moves. Just it depends on your, your ability to be creative. Because if you know how to use the machine, and if you are again not totally paralyzed by it, but you actually add your human factors, your human intuition, then result could be phenomenal. You can just start opening up sort of new paths in the jungles.
Right. Well, let's go back
we
because
do have update in the game between
this
Veselin.
is what we were expecting.
Just right down that primrose path, G4, as expected, and now Hikaru was forced to give up his queen, and it's rook and bishop versus queen, but it's no contest.
Okay. There are too many pawns on the
available for
yes, available for queen to attack. And black king is the wrong square.
And Yasser, in the middle of this all, we've totally forgotten about our other game.
Do we have another game? Well, let's go to Alejandro to get us caught up on the other game that we've been ignoring. Sorry.
We've had a couple of moves there, of course, in the Hikaru game. There is just no chance for black to hold an endgame. All his queenside will disappear very soon. We left off the game here after g takes f3, queen a5. Fabiano decided to start putting pressure with queen d3, trying to transfer some of his pieces to the queen side. Rook ac8, a4, expanding here on this side of the board. Rook c5, rook fb1. Well, perhaps Vishy won't see the b4 threat. Queen c7, rook c1, and b6 is currently the position that we have on the board. It seems fairly even to me. The computers are giving a slight edge to white after the move a5, just trying to open up another file there. We see that Fabiano just played the move rook c3 actually, and it seems to me that the isolated pawn is really not that big of a weakness right now. Perhaps in the long term there's something he can do, but I expect that Vishy with his solid technique should be able to hold the draw somehow.
Fair enough, fair enough. But white is still going to be trying.
I doubt so.
This kind of chess doesn't appeal, right?
But it's
fighting for a square, fighting for
no. Look,
weakness.
it could be also beautiful, the slow positional game. But I'm quite pessimistic about white chances to create something. And again, let's not forget. So what about the timing? Plenty of time.
Right.
White king is open, and it's just so I think it's. Anything can happen in this game. So
you take three results?
I think all three. All three results. It's quite easy for Visha because I see very little that white can do. I mean, this is rook on c5 is very solid. So he can put the rook there.
The irony of this round, the final round of the classical, is that after the start, 20 minutes into the game, we thought that this game was the one that was going to give us something, and we thought the other game was so tepid and boring and it was symmetrical. And that was the one that blew up and brought us all of that excitement. And it's Veselin again, his game with Caruana and now his game with Nakamura, where he shows his best.
I just tell you, it's all about the spirit, So just he played energetically. That's a beautiful game. That's a really beautiful game. I have to say that, just.
You would be proud.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have to say that it's the game played in a light classic, but it could be sort of jewel in any classical collection.
Yes.
Yeah, there's so many great moves. So this is energy, dynamism. So it's not as the game that just has a very simple development. Okay, just I attack. No, there were so many different themes and motives there. So and as I said, finding eventually queen h2, it's a class.
This is the current position. When we left it here. The b pawn was under attack. B7, b6. The best that he could do.
A4 now.
No,
A4 is the simplest.
You stole my thunder. I was going to say that as a kid. My instant, I would play queen takes a7
without. It's
probably
still enough, and then b3. But you'd better play a4 again. Keep as many pawns as possible in the board, just to make sure that this because these pawns are all hanging. So and with a queen, so you better
this maturity to restrain yourself from immediately capturing a pawn. When you see a good move, just pause. There might be a better one. A2, A4 is the move that I wanted to draw our viewers' attention towards. I don't know if he played a4. I think he did in fact just go for queen takes a7.
He took on a7, b5, and went b3. So he just said this is
So this is
king f4. Now he goes king f2, king
f2.
He should go for king f2. Did he? King e4.
Well, I mean, from Hikaru's point of view, he's just trying to
a4.
He's fishing. He's fishing for.
But then
he knows it's quite hopeless here.
Yes. But he's just fishing for tricks. He's hoping that with the time disadvantage.
Hikaru is very expressive. You can look at him and you know what the position is. And that reminds me of somebody else on this table.
You're very expressive with the
difference
chessboard.
Is, I don't remember when I played so quickly, the decisive game. So it's look at the clock.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not playing. He's not playing rapid. He's playing, classic, even light classic.
Right.
Yeah, but
14 minutes to 42.
He's three times the amount of time. But
Gary, we analyzed it together, but I didn't just talk to you about it. To my mind, you have had a legendary career, some phenomenal games, but a work of art. Your Mona Lisa for me was your win in Vaikanze against Veselin Topalov, where the last three moves of a combination that raged for 50, that's an exaggeration, it was actually 20, were problem-like. It was almost a study at the very end. How much time did you use for that game? That was like a phenomenal game. Played over 4 hours, 5 hours?
Yeah, it's the time control.
What was the time control? Was it 40 and 2, or was it 2.5?
No, 2.
It was 40 and 2.
Yeah, it's 6 hours time control.
6 hours.
Yes, I think it was 6 hour time control. I don't think we didn't have German. So it was 7 hours time control. So this is 2 for 40, 20 for 1 for 20, and then half an hour. I think half an hour, maybe 50. I don't remember. Maybe they had 15 minutes plus increment. But that's
a 45 move game or something.
Yeah, but it's about 7 hours. It's roughly 7 hours game.
Do you recall what the times were? Because every move was just
time was about the
unbelievable
same.
close.
So this is I didn't spend much time calculating rook takes d4.
Right.
No, I mean I didn't have much choice because I
exactly.
already saw that.
You were
and I saw that that I have a draw there, but I just sensed that there's something. And when he took on d4, I played rook e7. Somehow I just this is, as I said, it was like thunder. Just
right.
I could see the final position.
Right.
It's accidentally just there was. Later, it was proven. I think Kavalik was the first one to find that I could actually win quicker. Yes. Yeah, I think rook a7 instead of queen c3. But I was mesmerized by the beauty of the idea because it just, again, what was so attractive, and that's why I almost blitzed because and Topalov actually moved in the main line because actually he could have escaped by playing the endgame.
Right.
Still probably lost endgame, but it would be different. But again, it's a dramatic shift of the theme because you concentrate on just keeping black king kept on a4, caged by white pawns, and then you always look for the mating themes. And so the moment black king can take pawn on a3, you think he's already
escaping.
He's escaping. So that's why Topalov saw the opportunity and he moved. But actually, it's a very different one. Suddenly you actually push the black king to d1, and then you have new ideas. I mean, moves like I was very proud. One bishop f1, you come in, the bishop goes back, and then you just have the pin, and then everything works so nicely. And again, it's this is it was a right position of all the stars. They formed a constellation, perfect constellation. And I immediately believed, So this is the moment.
This is too beautiful. Just for Tanya, the young people in our audience, we're talking about a game where Gary sacrificed 2 rooks to lure. One rook, but you were sacrificing.
He could take this.
You're right. To lure the king, black king to a4.
Actually, it came from b8 to d1.
Right. Well, first to a4, then it was and then it came to d1.
That's
and then you had study light moves at the end to catch a queen, and it was a game where, as you were just saying, all the stars aligned, all the planets were, the constellation was beautiful. Yeah, and you went for it. Do we have on our? Let me update my game with Veselin for a moment. We have seen this king f2 move. Bishop, no king e4. I think queen f7 was good enough. And a2, a4. Okay, so this is very straightforward job now.
It seems that
as
a pawn now
is just too fast. And I'm going to turn it back over to Alejandro. Nothing really going on.
Very strange, Yasser, the way how
Yes.
Hikaru played so quickly in the beginning, and he did save up on time. It almost seemed like he was trying to just play on time, and then out of a normal Berlin position, he's just...
Well, I think his preparation was great. I mean, he probably had 20 moves of preparation. He wasn't even, like you say, he was just blitzing it out. He wasn't even thinking about anything. And somehow
look.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, for
Yes.
we're bringing up, ladies and gentlemen, again, for me as a grandmaster, this is a Mona Lisa in the chess world, where that's the tail end. And go ahead, Alejandro, and go through the last few moves.
Where do you want to start? What do you define as the last few moves?
Yeah.
This is one of the most amazing attacking combinations that I think the world has ever seen. Starting with this move here in this position, rook takes d4. I think this is something that every grandmaster has studied several times. I don't think anybody has forgotten about it. But even the final combination, I mean, where do you want to start with the final
Well, go
combination?
ahead, rook d4, just so that the people can
This
be...
is a good point to start.
Rook takes d4 was
King
played,
b6
c takes d4, the sacrifice is a rook, rook e7 check was played, the rook is untouchable. Sorry audience, we cannot go through the analysis of this game. That alone would take more than both rounds today.
1 month.
Believe us that this has been thoroughly analyzed. You can find plenty of it online or on your chess-based database. Here, queen takes d4 check, the king was dragged down to a5, b4 check, king a4, then this very quiet move, queen c3.
Actually, rook a7 was winning faster.
This is actually well known, yes.
Your worst critic.
Yes.
Queen c3 off your threatening checkmate, queen takes d5, rook a7 again with the checkmate threat, bishop b7, rook takes b7. Of course, the rook cannot be taken because of queen b3 checkmate, queen c4, queen takes f6, and now Topalov with his own king started going forward. King takes a3, queen a6 check, king takes b4, c3 check.
Amazing move, by the way.
And this is amazing. This amazing position after queen a1 check, king d2, queen b2 check, king d1, and
Stop.
I think this is one of the best moves ever played.
Stop! This is amazing
Yeah,
move.
that's what I said. You know, this is it's the
concept-
many themes have changed. You know, through the combination. Because
Right.
you know, you concentrate on mating black king on
Mating
a4.
that.
Suddenly, you know, the king escapes. You know, it's on d1. Now, you know, your bishop, which is on h3, does very
never
little.
played a role
exactly.
in the game.
Yeah, a little bit. No, just you know.
Of
But
course.
now it it has a bishop f1. You know,
No.
this is that's
And
and
of course-
and then it's very important. You know, this is if black pawn was on g7, the combination wouldn't work because rook on h8 is not hanging. This is very important. You know, this is or on f6. If pawn on g6 would be on f6 or g7, the combination. That tells you now that you have to look at the whole board because a tiny detail there. So this is one tiny detail. The
Hold
pawn
on.
there and the rook on h8 is hanging.
No,
Well,
now
that's-
it's still not over.
Yes.
Bishop
Okay,
f1's not
clearly you
over.
cannot take the bishop because of queen c2
check.
and rook e7 check.
That's
But
correct.
Yes.
look at this move.
Yes. Rook
Well,
d2.
Rook a2, you mean?
Yeah.
Queen
Rook
takes f1,
d2.
queen c1, and rook a2. If rook e7,
Queen,
Well,
queen
go ahead.
c2, king e1, and
rook d2 was played, rook d7.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
And this
Yes.
is what Gary was referring to, that after rook takes d7, bishop takes c4, b takes
That was
c4.
again.
If
And
this
now
pawn
it-
had been on g7 or f6,
wouldn't work.
nothing works
Yes.
because the rook's not hanging, but guess what? The rook is hanging. Rook takes h8, and that's pretty much game over as the queen is much more powerful than the rook. A couple of moves were played, but easily dominated this past pawn, and I think by this point it was clear the game was over and Topalov resigned. One of the most scintillating attacks, I think. Not one of the most, the most scintillating
it is
attacks the
amazing.
chess has seen.
You got to go, if you go into any World Chess Hall of Fame, there's a picture. And this score sheet is hanging as you walk in. Like, there you go. This
Well,
is
they have a mural of weekends.
they have the mural. Back to our games. I believe Veselin has made significant progress by simply pushing his a pawn. Let's see where we left.
He doesn't have to
Takes,
do much.
takes.
Just push and push.
Yes.
Yeah, this is completely lost. I mean, you cannot even sacrifice the bishop for the pawn. You have to give up the full rook.
It is,
Right.
It
It's
will
a
cost
full
you a
rook.
rook.
Yeah.
Yes. And there we stand.
We're looking at a resignation very, very soon, and that's Hikaru in complete pain.
And by the way, it's, again, the tournament leaders have been having a rough time. This is the first time, I think, that Hikaru got into the lead, and he's being pulled back. And it's up to Fabiano to keep...
He has been playing very impressive chess, actually, here, even though he missed some
this horrible blunder.
And, of course, the blunder
that
happened.
Spoiled what would have
actually,
been a
Yasser, remember that Hikaru was in the lead, and he lost to Anand.
Right.
Now he's in the lead, and he's going to lose to Topalov.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's
not a great idea to be in the lead.
Normally, Gary, as you understand, and if everybody's having a bad result, well, they become the target, right? But it's like here, the guys who were in the first, they become the target. They end up losing a game.
Queen D8 now, yeah?
Is that what you reckon?
That's what I'm looking at. This.
Queen D8. So you have ideas of trading on C3
and
D4.
Then D4. I just,
Yes. And I lose. Well, I'm looking at.
I would be able to play Queen D3 anyway.
But you just played Queen A6.
Oh, okay.
Well, you gave her the position. So this is how we got here. Okay, so the queen ended up going to A6, and Gary is suggesting Queen D8, with the idea of trading on C3 followed by D5, D4.
And that is, by the way, what Vishy played.
Queen D8.
Yes.
That's, again, very natural move.
Yeah.
Right.
I was thinking, like, even if it's black to play here, Gary, and your idea, after D4, I could go Queen D3 is what I was implying.
So we'll make
but
a move.
It's not. It is white to play here.
Yeah, so we'll make a move just so that Tanya can share what she is suggesting, that she's hoping that after this move D4...
Okay, fine, okay.
She's got this Queen D3 idea. So maybe it's not
a threat,
a
but
big threat
an idea
yet.
in the air.
But the question is, how does white improve?
What about, what about, okay, but it's your move.
Yeah, so my move, unfortunately.
I don't know what a good move is.
Because black has other ideas. Maybe I can start, I mean, your knight cannot, leave E2. It has to be there just to protect the king.
Yes,
so
and at the same time,
otherwise...
it's doing a lot of duties, right?
Exactly, yes.
Knight on F6 isn't a necessary piece.
No, look.
On a good day, what about Knight H7 to G5 and Queen H3?
So what are you suggesting? Here for white? In this
we don't know.
Well, I was thinking maybe if you want to put the knight on D4, you might as well take on C5, right? I'm not sure you want to trade both.
C5s? Now maybe I take. No, maybe I take with.
Would you want to trade? No, I won't trade rooks again. Yeah, if you play Rook C5, I'll play Rook D1. So BC5.
But if I go Queen B5 here?
Yeah. Queen B5 looks very natural. And now, do I have time to play something like D4?
You could also just defend the pawn, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing the knight back.
Knight D7?
Queen E7, D4.
Are you giving me the A5?
You want, sorry.
I don't know, maybe.
I misunderstood what was going on. Knight D7, just defending the pawn.
Yeah, and we've got Queen G5 somewhere.
No, Knight D7, maybe I play Rook D1.
Rook D1. Well,
Knight G3.
Okay, you got Knight G3.
As long as my knight is there, so
you're not worried.
There's happiness in the...
But why not just take Rook C5 instead of BC5?
Rook D1.
No. Well, if you play Rook takes C5, that's fine.
It's funny that I think you guys are pushing for an advantage there after Rook D1 and the variation we were looking at after Knight D7. Well, the computers say that after Rook D1, black's the one that's better.
Yeah, I didn't want to trade on C5.
Rook B8, yes?
In this position? No, I just want to play Knight F8, reroute the knight.
Yeah.
Knight G6, Knight H4, also a very strong idea. I actually really like that. Knight H6 with the idea of Knight G6, Knight H4, putting real pressure on the king that suddenly doesn't feel so safe. And you're not really taking any of my pawns just yet. D4
no, Rook
also
C5, Rook C5 is that unless you gain immediate advantage after exchange, then, then it's you're
very reluctant to make such a trade.
I think the main advantage would be to move the knight, maybe Knight G3 or even the immediate Knight D4 is perhaps possible. I think this works tactically. Yes, Knight D4 maybe. Oh, some ideas of Knight B5, Knight C6.
What's going on after Rook?
Rook A8, I think you have Knight C6, right? Knight C6 is a very natural move, and I think the endgames are actually quite bad here for black, but I don't see how to avoid them once you've played Rook A8, Knight C6. So perhaps Knight D4 a little bit of a tricky move.
But Fabi is just he's still thinking because take on c5 is.
I think
he took
we
on
do
c5.
have a move. He did say rook
He took on
c5.
c5. Okay, so that's his.
Yeah, it's
the only chance to play for advantage.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
So this is a big moment here.
That's another moment for Vishy, yes.
But no, I think B takes c5 is
it's too natural.
Too
natural for.
Yes,
yeah, absolutely too natural. And knight d4 is this. It's a kind of a move, You have to find it. It's
knight d4 is not the first.
Because it also includes the element of tactics. So that's which is
right.
And knight d4. If I simply go queen d7, you want to go knight.
Queen d5 then maybe. Knight d4. If queen d7.
Oh, nice. Queen d5.
I think queen d5 here.
Okay. He's gone knight g3 though.
Yeah, knight g3 was actually the computer's top choice. It thought knight d4 was interesting, but it did prefer knight g3. And it was actually following that line that you guys were talking about, knight d4, queen d7, queen b5, queen c7, saying that black is still somehow holding on to his position. And it thinks that white's just a tiny bit better after knight g3, suggesting to restrict the knight with g6. It seems like it's still anybody's game, but I would rather be white just a little bit here in this position.
I'm not so sure.
I think it's probably, but it's again it's psychology, time about the same, but after g6, black start pushing h pawn, so it's.
White's king is always somehow a little bit more vulnerable with this h3 checks.
Yeah, we need some immediate results on the queen side. We need some immediate results.
And again, let's flash back to the brilliancy of the round.
So hopeless.
Which is still going very nicely.
Yeah, not yet.
I think Hikaru is just churning.
Now he's thinking about, it's not about the position. He's thinking about the game.
Where he's gone wrong.
What's gone wrong. So this is,
how could he?
Yeah.
Let it go so wrong.
Yeah, berate yourself at the board. Then go to the hotel and berate yourself some more. Yeah.
So now obviously, this is he's still probably the favorite of Rapid and Blitz, but his chance of winning the tournament diminished because of the I think it's the system accumulating points. Yes, so this is the classical are just.
They're all worth the same.
They're all weighted the same. There's no extra.
No. If it's the same,
points.
I would still.
Such a
Hikaru with the Blitz, yeah?
He had such a good win against Fabiano today morning.
Gary, it just brought up a happy memory of yourself and Veselin, and another story. It's kind of become legend that I wanted to ask you about. It's not the nicest story, but it's a funny one, nonetheless. So the point was, that was the second match. You had already won the first match against Deep Blue. The second match played in New York. You've lost the second game. And I go back to the hotel, and I got an email from my friend Jonathan Tisdall saying, why did Gary resign? That he has a perpetual check in this moment. And I was analyzing. I went to Frederick Fiedel, and I said, Frederick, I think Gary resigned in a drawn position. And Frederick immediately looked at me and said, you have to tell him. I said, oh, no way. I'm not telling Gary to resign. He said, I'm telling you, you have to tell him. Tell us how you found out that the famous drawn game.
No, it's not draw. It's the recent analysis proved that it was still winning for white.
Really?
It's very complicated. I mean, it's not very complicated for modern computers.
Right.
By the way, it's quite amazing when you look at these games with computers today.
Versus that.
It tells you that Deep Blue was not a monster with 1,000 eyes.
Right.
Now, look, I've been. Not silent, but I didn't speak much about it. So I'm about to finish my book, new book, Deep Thinking. So that should be released, next spring.
By the way, seriously, folks, I had no idea.
For the 20th anniversary of my second match with Deep Blue.
Right.
I want to remind people it was the second match. I won the first one.
Correct. You did.
Yeah, and it's about man and machine. It's about it's about the past. It's about current challenge. It's about the future. But of course, match was Deep Blue. As you know,
The whole world was watching. It was an amazing
It's not about
match.
that Deep Blue match. So let me say, this is not. I'm not writing the book, just to tell the Deep Blue story, my side of the Blue story. But it's an important element because it's an integrated part of the history of relations, man and machine, and you'll find a lot. So this is basically, you have been waiting for 20 years. You can wait for 6 more months.
No. You just lost. You're not in my Christmas A-list anymore. You're not getting a card. Oh, but that was a very... the story, the legend has it. The legend has it that after I told Frederick was trying to figure out how to share it with you. The legend, and it probably is not true, is that as you were ducking into a taxi, he said, Yasser thinks it's a draw, da-da-da-da. You stopped, didn't get in the taxi, thought about it, and your screams could be heard all the way down Broadway. I like the legend the legend part of the story.
Oh,
we do have a result. Urban legends. That's right. We do have a result, not unexpectedly. Veselin Topalov playing two of the best games in this tournament. Okay, maybe his sacrifice was a bit reckless against Fabi, the first game that he won, but you just have to admire his courage for what he did. It was fantastic. And today he won with a lovely, lovely combination. So he'll be very pleased regardless of the final scores in the tournament. He's played some great chess.
I mean, technically, if Fabi pulls it out and wins, which could be anything in this game, then Veselin could be the sole winner.
Of the classical portion.
Yes.
Yes, but
I'm sure he'd be very happy about that. Okay, and let's just see the final moves as we get the players coming into the studio to see.
Fabiano did play G6 after knight G3.
Sorry, just the final moves. King E4.
Okay.
There goes the A pawn, and that was enough. Hikaru gave it a rest.
Yes, well, not much of an option there. Let's go back to our game.
All right.
Of Fabiano Vichy. And
the co-leader. And we did see this move, G7, G6.
With the idea of maybe H5, as you pointed out.
And a little bit of a split interest in the panel. Maybe the engine has a slight preference for white. Alejandro,
but
I thought black was fine.
For practical reasons, I think... it's easy to
given the choice, you rather have the black side
because now it's the moment black plays H5, white will start getting nervous.
Yes.
Right. And even if if you see mirages, so it's the mirage could scare you off. So
right.
You can be freaking out. So and with this with time running out.
He's at 12 minutes to Vichy's 22. And
by the way, Fabiano, I think, is the player who has
struggling the most with the time here.
That's right.
Yes,
that's what I wanted to say, Tanya. Yeah, he really has had trouble, and it's creeping, and it does. It creeps up on you. It's not like you're suddenly in time trouble. It just you fall into this.
Vichy feels comfortable. You can see this. That's again, he knows his next. That's interesting thing. It's forget about the evaluation of the position. That's when I'm looking at the computer screen. So black knows that next move is H5, and that's a big advantage.
Coming.
Exactly. Yeah. And you have to find out what to do.
White doesn't know his next move.
Exactly.
It's
so do I play H4 for instance? Just to stop pawn coming because maybe that's right. But do I play that because the pawn is weak?
Yeah.
And maybe black queen cannot attack it really because then everything else is hanging there. So, but you have to make some tough choices.
Yeah. Well, I'm feeling that I almost have to force black's hand somewhat. I'm not happy about having to play this move Queen A7. My idea is that if I can go and just you
can take the pawn.
You don't want to take A5?
I do want to take on A5. I beg your pardon. So I'm trying to force the action. I don't want to.
So I go knight D7 now, maybe? Can I go knight D7? Because I want to get H5 and H4. That's my dream. But
so
Queen B7.
Or rook. I don't know, rook D1. I'm saying that as white, I don't want to sit back and just watch you go H5.
D1, I go as machine rig with knight F8.
Right, and then you're repositioning your knight to a nicer square.
If my knight be on E6, then it will be a very different ball.
Exactly. No, that's not.
That's what I'm saying. You know, it's probably the machine will find the precise way of moving pieces around.
Right.
But for humans,
yeah, well, Fabiano's time is.
He definitely look at the body language. So Fabi is not comfortable.
Yeah, he's not comfortable. He is in trouble. We're going to see how he reacts to the G6 H5 plan. We've got Hikaru in the studio with us with Alejandro. Let's go straight to them.
Hikaru, you don't seem the happiest right now. Tell us, what happened? What did you miss?
I missed everything. I mean, I missed everything. I mean, first of all, I should put the rook on f7 instead of e8, and there's nothing. And then I don't know. For some reason, like I just forgot about this queen h2 move. For some reason, when Veselin was using all his time, I had calculated everything else, and I just blitzed out the moves without even thinking. I mean, I don't really know why. I mean, yeah, I just forgot about queen h2 basically. But I mean, it's probably just a tragedy because if I take on f4 instead of king g6, I mean, I'm not convinced that it's anything for white at all. If I just take on f4 here, yeah, like gf4, bishop f4, queen f8, and I mean,
still some initiative maybe for white, but perhaps also
maybe bishop h6 or maybe, but then queen d6. Queen d3, king g8, yeah, I mean, it's probably nothing. Yeah, I mean, this should just be completely fine. King g8, and white, I mean, looks fine, yeah.
We're wondering a little bit about that. You mentioned that your time management in this game seemed like you were just confidently blitzing out everything. Was there any reason that you didn't take more time for yourself?
Well, it was similar to the game I played against Robson, actually, in the U.S. Championship April or May, but yeah, I simply thought it was all fine. I never sensed any danger, but I mean, I should have, because actually, like around the time I played G5, I mean, I kind of had this feeling, but still, I didn't see anything, and then, I mean, if you don't see anything, it's kind of hard to use your time. I mean, and in fact, I mean, I know that I wasn't seeing anything because I didn't see Queen H2 kind of right up until he played it. Like normally, like you can sense those sorts of things, or you see it when you're calculating. But yeah, I wasn't seeing anything. So I mean, it's not so good, obviously.
Well, now time is going to be quickened. You're looking at a rapid portion being played tomorrow. Are you feeling happy about the fact that the time control goes down?
Yeah, I'll be happy to not be able to think that long. It seems, I don't know, this whole event so far, I mean, too much time on my hands to think, and my mind seems to be drifting, and that's never a good thing. So
too much time. Don't worry, we'll take care of that tomorrow, as you have 15 minutes, I believe, plus 5-second delay.
Right.
And well, we'll see how you do there, and especially Yasser is looking forward to seeing your blitz skills on Monday.
Well, I mean, we'll see, but I mean, I think the positive is that I think I've played like 3 really bad games, and somehow I'm uneven, so that's definitely a good thing.
That's true. Well, thanks for joining us here at the studio, Hikaru, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you, Hikaru.
Thanks, Hikaru. Definitely looking forward to seeing Hikaru with a shot at time control. Let's get the update on the Fabiano game.
Queen a6. We were just looking at queen a7, knight d7, and going down that path. Queen b5 was Fabi's choice. After some thinking, we've got 9 minutes versus 20, a 2-to-1 time edge in Vishy's favor. Queen b5, just tickling both these pawns. Queen c7 was the response, and there we have it. I think we're up to date, unless another move has been played.
There's knight e2 that was played.
Knight Edgar 2. All right.
What about knight h5?
Knight h5, well, idea of doing a sortie.
No, idea just, just maybe at one point not just 96, so, but also just if your knight goes too far, so
right.
just
to keep
an eye, yes.
White honest, so to speak.
Yeah.
Knight h5. It's kind of like a very strange Zugzwang kind of thing. It's very hard for white to force.
Maybe knight d4 now.
Knight d4?
Maybe, I don't know.
All right.
So it's not sure what's the next move, yes?
Well, there's even... No, knight f4 check doesn't work. I was thinking to take and double attack, but no. Well, while we're working out the intricacies of this, we have the player of the day.
Yes.
Wow. Veselin Topalov with Alejandro Ramirez.
No, this is a question. When did you see Queen H2?
Straight into the questions. He's asking, when did you see Queen H2?
Well, it took me some time, actually. Well, I was kind of, I felt white should have something, but because I also considered some other moves like Queen C7. But then he can just go Rook D8. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is that what Hikaru plays in this line, it's playable because, I mean, it's just playable. So that's the reason I decided to go for it.
All right, Veselin, I got to be specific. After which move did you see Queen H2?
Well, no. I saw it very quickly, but it took me some time to play it. I mean, of course.
But you saw it
But you said
Queen
after you
E5?
played Queen E5, before you played Queen E5.
Well, after I play, I think.
After you played Queen E5.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, okay. Anyway, it's like I have some other moves. I could just take on F6, Rook E5. So, but then Rook G8 comes. So it's not really.
You definitely could have bailed out with a draw with Bishop takes G5.
Oh yeah, of course.
But we were always wondering here when exactly you saw it because, well, the great Gary was praising you very strongly for your attacking skills here today. It seemed like it was a very strong attack. He was just unable to do anything about it.
We were just discussing if he took on F4,
right,
which was stronger than what he did. It was stronger. I mean, I don't know if it still holds. White is probably better, but because instead of the move King G6, I mean.
Yeah, of course.
And then I don't know. And then Queen F8 is. He could have defended better, obviously.
No, he could have clearly defended better, and he came into the studio saying that black had no problems, but I don't think that was an opinion shared by pretty much anybody.
No, it looked dangerous. I don't know. Because I had some other options, like instead of the move, Queen E2 looked very strong.
Right.
But I could also play second pawn with G4, and then if he takes, then I could just go F4, opening
correct,
the position.
Yeah.
But what I was afraid he could somehow give a pawn and then exchange the rooks, and then I thought the opposite square bishops could. He gave him some chances to, But well, obviously something went wrong for him at the beginning of the game because suddenly I got advantage for nothing, for free.
Yes, that's what it seems. So he was mentioning a game that he played earlier this year against Robson in this type of Berlin, but it seems that he didn't fix everything exactly.
Well, again, it's I guess black is fine, but it's quite playable. I believe it's not like a dead draw.
Right, of course.
So, anyway, if you tell me where white has an advantage in Berlin, I won't tell anyone I played next time. But
Veselin, if I had an advantage against the Berlin, I'd be sitting on that couch. No, but I mean, you've shown that you got your style here. You've been playing aggressive chess, and you're currently on +1. How are you feeling?
I think that the bad moments are still coming.
Well, we certainly hope that's not true as we enter the rapid portion of our tournament starting tomorrow. Good luck with that. I'm sure that you'll handle it just fine.
Of course.
And we throw it back to the panel.
Thank you. And Veselin, very, very, very modest, but well, Gary said he'd love to have it in his collection. Today was a beauty.
Absolutely.
This was really, really nice.
Very nice.
And let's go to the remaining game. The only question is, who's going to be our tournament winner for the classical portion of this event? At the moment, with a draw, then Vichy ties for first, right? With a win, he's clear first, and with a loss, Veselin is the winner of this part.
Black is not
When we
in any danger.
when we left it, C5, C4.
Very interesting.
So you just
a move you were trying to avoid, actually. You wanted to
But-
play
but-
knight h5
Yeah,
and
okay.
reposition your knight
Yeah, I just-
before
but
making us committed
Vichy,
move.
Vichy is
Set.
it's just it's
Let's
simple.
go.
You know, you can push the pass pawn.
Sometimes pass pawns should be pushed, right?
By the
Yes.
way, he played here.
Knight f4.
Yeah,
That's
after
curious.
knight f4, Queen played c3.
C2, C3. C4, C3.
You
Pardon
know,
me.
If I keep pushing my pawn,
It
it's my pass pawn.
You
But if
may
I-
eventually get my
Knight-
attention.
But if I play knight e2 there, what is your plan?
Knight e2, attacking.
C2, knight d4, knight d4.
Yeah, knight
C2,
d4.
knight d2.
My poor pawn could be
Oops, overextended.
overextended. That's true.
Rats.
No, knight d2 and queen a5, queen e5, queen takes a5. Well, just not good. No, my knight on f6. No, right, queen c5. Just not.
Okay, and after queen c5, do we have an update?
Yeah,
on
we have the
Hikaru?
move e4.
Go ahead, take it away. What is going on in this position according to the engines?
No, the engines are useless. I mean, they
What?
say that it doesn't matter which move Vichy plays in this position, the evaluation is 0.00. I'm not entirely sure why. But okay, easy ones, at least from a human point of view, I think takes, and rook b8 should pretty much go into some kind of drawn endgame after pawn takes e4, pawn takes e4, rook takes e4, rook takes b5.
That we understand.
That I understand. Now, why the computer thinks that the move king f8 also draws the position, that is not something I really want to get into.
It's just this from just it's this. If we may go back, no, I thought about maybe after knight f4, I was looking for a trick, but it just.
No, the computers are pretty happy with this idea of queen c5. It says the rook b8 was also playable. c3, again, 92 has this issue. But queen c5, it says, no matter what white does, black seems to be doing it, it's in good shape. e4 obviously destabilizes the structure here in the center, but it's just not enough with the simplification that I think we just saw. It's going to be a pretty easy draw if we are able to just wipe everything off the board. I don't think white's in any danger in this 4 versus 4 endgame with the passed a pawn. It's very easy to control it. So I expect a draw, at least in this kind of endgame after queen takes b5. I'd be slightly surprised if Vichy decides not to go for it and play something like the computer thinks this is still okay, like queen e7. Here I start to get scared for both sides. It's playable, but I think queen takes b5 draw is what most people would choose.
The double edge.
The time, I think it's just the.
But that's the
especially
point.
after e4, because now after e4, if black queen somehow by miracle appears on g5, that could be, no problem. So maybe you can try,
Well,
luck
the gamer in me, I sit there and I look at the time and I see Fabiano with 7 minutes, and I know if I play queen b5, I'm not punishing him. We're just going to make a draw. Everything gets traded. And it's like queen e7.
Queen e7.
It's the gambler.
Queen
Queen?
Sorry,
Queen d4.
Tanya?
Queen d4 or queen e7. Yeah, I was looking at
No,
queen
there's a
d4.
difference. Queen d4 he takes on d5.
Yeah, with the knight, right?
Yeah, exactly. But after queen e7,
Queen d4.
You just take knight d5.
no, but you want queen e7 because after queen e7, if he takes on d5 with a knight, so you take with a knight, yes, and then c3. Yeah, and that's no, but it's a pawn and then the pawn on c3. So
Your extra pawn is the pawn on f2.
yeah,
Useful,
you can
but
take
not a great.
You can take on
But
a5.
can't I just take on a5 and c2, queen d2?
Okay, wait. You take on a5, I play rook c5
Okay.
first.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So I have
Sorry.
to do that.
My spidey senses.
No, I have
tingling
exactly
here,
my.
Tanya.
That's
But
it,
I can still go check, right?
Check
Queen
That's
a8.
it.
king g7.
And then, yeah, and then,
And
okay.
then
This
your-
is not
your
rook
king
c2
is-
and my rook
just
can
d7,
take.
or it doesn't matter. Okay, just h7. That's
Yeah.
it. But it's
No, this
Shaky.
is
very,
no,
it's
no, no,
very
no.
dangerous. Very
No,
dangerous.
in major piece and
Yeah.
the most dangerous pass pawn.
No, the
is
pass
most
pawn
important.
plus open king. So that's
yeah.
number of pawns is irrelevant because
Right.
my pawn on c3 is just much
Most-
more important than
that's
your
right.
pawns on a4 and b3.
Nice line. But I
Okay,
do
wait,
have
I'm just going to go out on a limb here and just confirm
Now,
this.
of course, Vichy took on b5, okay, and played with b8.
Of course.
But I did want to say that the
was a very
gambler in me,
interesting
queen e7, again, because of the time, I hate it when my opponent thinks, you know, and I've got a 50-minute advantage, and the best I can do is go into a drawn ending. Somehow I want to exploit that time advantage.
You know, the moment pawns goes from e3 to e4, I mean, I would be immediately looking for an opportunity to avoid queen exchange. You know,
exactly.
Because it's there, e4 already. Now the king, you know, becomes a factor. With pawn on e3, you know, queen g5, king f1, so not a big deal. Now it could be a really big deal.
Exactly.
Let's have a look at this line once again.
He did play queen takes b5 by the way.
Right, which I think does not give anything to anyone, and it's probably heading to a draw.
Simply they're exchanging everything, so and the draw will be agreed soon.
So knight d5, and we were looking at queen d5, c3. So queen a5, rook c5, very interesting stuff. Queen a8, and rook c2. Is it just completely?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
What about?
She's asking us to find the precise why.
Okay, just rook g5, queen d7, maybe?
The king e2, the only move then.
Well, there's maybe queen
no,
d6.
It's rook g5 check. Rook g5 check.
Do you like to start?
Let's start with rook g5 check. King
so
f1.
king f1, I must.
Queen d6, queen d7 doesn't matter.
And I have to go.
Then king d.
King e2, rook g1.
Doesn't matter. No, queen d5.
That's my only resource.
So start with the queen d6, Gary.
But then I can
nothing's
stop rook
running
g5.
away.
I have queen f8 for queen d3, so I want to stop this g5 square somewhere.
So what are you going to do?
h4. You've suggested it. I'm going to do it.
That's why I wanted my king to go g7. Yes.
All right.
Why you?
Because I wanted to hide him away.
No, because pawn f7 is just it's
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Same story.
Same story, rook c2.
Rook c2 and...
now we need to find the juicy whip.
Oh, and we've got a result, though. We should update that immediately. So they have agreed for a draw.
We're having a lot of fun, but what indeed did take place, Alejandro, go ahead, take us through it. We're just having fun with our...
Yeah, like they say, most fun happens in analysis.
We already looked at this pretty much.
All, huh?
A takes b5 was played, pawn takes c4. Well, computer's even doing it for me. Rook takes c4, rook takes b5, and this is where they agreed to a draw, as there's absolutely nothing to play here. 4 versus 4, there's no real weaknesses to attack. The rook will go behind the pawn. It doesn't matter what endgame we reach from this position, it's just a dead draw. So the players agreed to it, and that concludes the classical portion of the Champions Showdown here in St. Louis.
Well, fantastic. It's the older guys who took care of the younger guys.
And they're in lead right now. So we've got Vishy and Topalov, who are leading the event.
Right.
With 3.5, if I'm not wrong. We'll get a confirmation on that. Yes, a +1, yes.
So it just means our generation can still play.
A bit younger now.
Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Well,
but it's going to be interesting to see how they perform in the shot at time control now, which is at least Hikaru's forte. Let's take a look at our current standings. So we've got Topalov and Rishi leading the field with 3.5 +1, and Hikaru at 3, who had a tough loss against Topalov, and Fabiano still at the bottom of the board at 2 points.
Right. Fabiano going 2 defeats, all draws. But Vishy undefeated, right? No, he lost one game. I'm sorry, he did lose one game.
Yes, but Vishy has been playing very solid and has been having actually quite a good form here. And Veselin has been impressing us all with his creative play.
Well, when he hits the mark, he really does.
He really does. Or he goes bishop.
And now we have Rapids tomorrow. That will be the 15 plus 5-second delay. And the Blitz will be 3 minutes and
That's
2-second delay.
What is a 2-second delay?
It allows you to put the piece on the board.
It just allows you to make a move. It's very tricky.
It allows you to make your
move.
Mate. It's just there's no more nonsense with king and rook versus king. This is. I mean, if you are good enough, you can even mate with bishop and knight.
Okay, that's a good challenge. Yeah. By the way, Gary, I couldn't help but notice your very handsome jacket there. You're wearing, for the World Chess Tour.
It's Grand Chess Tour.
Grand Chess Tour, pardon me.
Tour, yes.
And, of course, we've got the London Classic to complete the Grand Chess Tour this year.
Unfortunately, there's no intrigue. So
no drama, Wesley.
No drama, Wesley. I mean, unless something terrible happens with him and Hikaru wins by landslide.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, one of the changes that we're contemplating for the next year is to make sure that every result counts. So just this is
not your worst result.
Exactly. Yeah. So
this is
that will make things more complicated. And again, I don't want to rush, but we already have 4 tournaments confirmed, the same tournaments: Stars, Paris, Leuven, Singapore Cup, and London. But I believe it's most likely we'll have the 5th tournament, maybe even the 6th one. So the goal of the Grand Chess Tour organization is to broaden the bench. We want to have more players. It's very important that it's not only 9 players, but you have more players. So it's also expand geography, because suddenly you can have some Chinese players, Indian players. So this is you want to look at geography. So it's the players that the top 10 or just from top 10 from actually top 15. So this geography expands, and that's very important.
Gary, what about a Grand Chess Tour for women? Is that on the agenda ever?
Look, it's we are not trying to replace FIDE, so it's this thing. I think eventually we have to make sure that we'll have every important component where FIDE fails so poorly. But let us build sort of a commercial environment. This is what is important now. That it's of the first Grand Prix was that we had Vivendi as a sponsor in Paris.
That was huge. That was brilliant.
It is huge because it's the first time since Intel in
GMA
mid-90s.
Days.
Yes, GMA PCA days that we had a corporate sponsor that is willing to participate, and it seems now the interest is there. And if they get serious, then there's opportunities are limitless.
Well, I was sitting here in St. Louis watching the Paris event, and I thought that the Parisian organizers, that stage was just so beautiful, and what they created, that was a really. I'm still applauding.
It's a high quality presentation. So and again, it's a company that cannot afford to do things sort of halfway. This is
their brand image.
Absolutely, it's a big brand, and if we can have a successful second year, that will send a clear message to everybody that the Grand Chess Tour becomes sort of an integrated and most important part of the professional chess environment.
Right. No, absolutely. As a viewer, I just really enjoyed watching that, and that's a product that somebody would still be willing to pay for to watch. And we've got with us in the studio Viswanathan Anand. Let's go to Alejandro and Rishi.
Actually, we got a little bit of a confession to make. We were so absorbed by Topalov's attack on the other board that, well, your strategical game, we didn't pay too much attention until the end. So tell us some of the key moments you thought were most important.
Well, I thought that when Topalov had the bishop on h6 and queen I was also following that game. But well, it's I'd say typical Isolani defense. The only thing is, I thought knight f3 was interesting because on the one hand it doubles White's advantage because he gets the e4 square and has the pawn on f2.
Right.
The only thing is there are lines when when he's actually trying to convert, when I'll suddenly I can have a perpetual or something going on the king side. So this knight f3 was a critical decision. After that, I thought I had to play this tactical idea, queen a5, queen d3, rook c8. So I'm holding up his a pawn just long enough to be able to double.
Okay.
He went a4. One of my ideas at this point was to play, instead of rook c5, I want to play knight d7, but unfortunately queen b5 is happening. So I have to play rook c5, and well, this is how you sit in this position. You go back queen c7, and you play g6 and b6, and you take the c file, and you hope that compensates for the Isolani.
Do you think that at any point he had any kind of advantage? We didn't really find any way for him to make progress.
I would have to look at home as well.
Now, we did think there was an interesting moment after you played c4, queen c5, and he goes e4.
Yeah.
You can go directly into this drawn endgame, but Gary was telling us that perhaps his tingling senses set up something about queen e7 in this position.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, queen e7 instead of queen takes b5.
Yeah.
After
and with time shortage, it could be very dangerous for White. But it's again, it's you go back. That's so difficult. You go back that's psychologically for it. Because if you take on d5, you take and c3, queen a5, rook c5, and it's very dangerous. Maybe already losing it. This could be a shocker, queen e7.
Right. Well, the idea was to maybe try to punish him for his time mismanagement also. Move queen e7.
Yeah, the computer said that it still was fine either after knight takes or pawn takes, but still perhaps keeping that tension on the board.
Sure, no, yeah, if I had seen queen e7, would have been nice. I mean, I was trying variants of it. I was trying queen a3, queen c7, and such stuff, but this is nicer.
We go back, that's so difficult for us, because aggressive move is always forward. So sometimes aggressive move can just retreat.
And why did you, Vishy, why did you reject queen c7? Also a very intriguing idea.
Yeah, I thought then he takes with the e-pawn, and then he will swap the...
Hold on, knight on
f4.
f4.
Knight d5, e d5. No, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Knight d5, e d5. And, well, if c3, then he'll play queen d3 and swap the d-pawn for the c-pawn.
Right.
I mean, I think that'll be equal as well with this game.
But then queen belongs on e7, not c7.
Exactly, because queen g5,
Right.
But okay, I think queen e7 could have had some practical value for sure.
And you rejected queen a3, also for what reason?
I just didn't see anything clear with rook c2.
Aha. Rook c2. Looks
Just to show you how the younger generation thinks, he calculated here de4.
Yes.
Queen a6.
Of course.
ef3 and king h3.
Oh.
ef3.
That's what these guys do. This is what he was looking at. I like this.
No, but I like the fact that he calculated.
Yeah. So.
Oh,
Wow.
very good.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, Vishy, you finished the classical portion tied for first with Veselin. Is this come as a little bit of a surprise, perhaps not being tied with Hikaru or Fabiano?
Well, I don't know in advance what thing, but I'm happy we both played well. But on the other hand, in 60% of the duration of the tournament, we have finished a quarter of it. Right. So I think it's a bit. Well, there's a lot of chess left.
Absolutely.
Really
Actually, 75% of the game still left to play. Thanks for joining us here in the studio, and we'll see how you do in the rapid portion.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank
Well,
you,
we
Vishy.
have had a very, very eventful
Classical.
first part of our format. And to repeat, tomorrow we're going to do the rapids.
Right.
And we're going to have a lot of rapids played,
We've
right?
got a double round robin in rapid as well.
So there'll be 6 games of rapid chess tomorrow. Very
and
good.
Followed by 4 round robins of Blitz the next day. So this tournament is far from over.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Gary, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Gary.
Gratitude. Gratitude.
Actually, I will show up, for first rounds tomorrow.
Oh,
Brilliant.
perfect.
Thank
We
you.
look
Before
forward to
I
that.
catch my plane back to New York.
Thank
So
you.
I could, so it would be wrong to miss the excitement.
All right.
of
Stay for a moment. So just stay for a moment because
Oh.
we're closing up.
Okay.
Yes, we've got
Oh, sorry.
Fabiano Caruana with us. So we're going to come back and probably say bye again to Gary.
We are here with the guy that is happiest to hear that still 75% of the tournament is left. Fabiano Caruana. Well, not your day, but finish with a solid draw at the end. How do you plan to recover for tomorrow?
The first game wasn't great. This game was, I guess, okay. I thought I had some chances. I thought I was pressing, but once he achieved b6, a5, I just didn't see anything. And yeah, there were some fun variations at the end, but he didn't allow them. He just went for the ending.
He was showing us some stuff that was difficult to calculate. But yeah, even at the end, instead of queen takes b5, did you see this move queen e7?
I was looking at queen a3. Queen e7 I didn't consider. Oh, is the point rook knight d5, queen d5, rook c5?
I think c3 first was what we're looking at.
Ah, okay, c3, yeah.
Yeah, it was still complicated. The computer said that white's okay, but
And
with
queen-
you having 7 minutes, we thought it was dangerous.
Queen e7, bc4, is there some knight move, or?
Wait, sorry.
We have
B take, yeah, instead of, no, wait, b takes c4, is that?
D takes e4?
B takes e4, yeah, that's just bad.
No, that seems pretty bad, right?
Yeah, so I should play knight d5, take c3.
Maybe some practical chances here for the black side, considering you're down to 7 minutes. Time management, something that hasn't been your forte in this tournament so far. Do you think having less time will just force you to play quicker and better?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rapid and blitz.
Well, Rapid and Blitz, hope it treats you much, much better as well. You're still in the tournament by all means. You're only 2 points away from first place, which considering how many rounds are left, well, easy to make up. No.
Yeah, I thought it's funny that we spend 60% of the time to play 25% of the games.
Well, sometimes that's how it works, Fabi. Thanks for joining us here in the studio, and definitely good luck tomorrow. I look forward to that.
Thank you, Fabi. Definitely looking forward to the rapid play.
Yes.
And what an exciting day we've had here, Yasser, with Gary giving us his insights and the brilliant chess that we've seen, especially with Topalov. I mean,
yeah, he's really brought the excitement level much higher.
Really and what I really enjoyed with Gary was that how well he understood the psychology and the way we think over the board. I mean, the fact that, you know, you don't see in Vishy's game moves like Queen E7 don't come naturally to you because it's bringing your piece back, which is what also impressed him so much about Veselin because of the Queen E5, Queen H2 and finding that.
Yes, very impressive.
Very, very impressive. Let's take a look at our current standings. So we've got Veselin Topalov and Viswanathan Anand leading the field with 3.5. Hikaru Nakamura, who had a very tough day today, especially his game against Veselin, at 3. And Fabiano still at the bottom with 2 points. Alejandro, break it down for us how today went.
Oh, I thought there was just one game, Veselin Topalov against Hikaru Nakamura. I can't quite remember the other ones. But at the end of the day, it's the standings that matter. Vishy and Topalov at the forefront. I think that with the time control, they felt more comfortable than the Americans. However, tomorrow, everything might change. There's a lot of games coming up. And the fact that the games are going to last a quarter of what they lasted in the past 3 days means that they have to make some real changes to the type of chess they're going to be playing.
Right.
It's actually going to be really interesting to see how they adapt to this different time control. They did have a challenge in the classical, and this is 15 minutes plus 5-second delay. Normally, rapid, they're used to an increment, 25 minutes.
That's right, with the 10-second increment. Yep.
Very, very challenging for the players.
But I like what Hikaru said. Hikaru said, I'm looking forward not to having to think, but to play quickly.
Well, he did try that against Veselin today, I have to say, and it did not go too well. And this is a face of pain.
The Queen H2. What really surprised me about their interview was that normally chess players do have intuition. It's sort of that red-faced moment when you realize that your opponent has a move. But normally you anticipate the move in advance. Hikaru shared the fact that he didn't see Queen H2 until it was plunked on the board.
I don't think he ever said that, actually. He said he missed it, but I don't think
he
just said he missed it. He never said that he didn't miss it until it was on the board, which is quite different.
When we were seeing the broadcast, Alejandro, that's when we kind of spotted Hikaru immediately saw that Queen H2, you could see the body language changing. It almost seemed like he kind of in fact spotted it before maybe even Veselin did.
Yeah.
And it's a tough day for Hikaru, but he's got his format coming up, something he enjoys playing. So I'm definitely, though he's not the one leading after our classical play, I'm not counting him out. We're going to see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye.